Attention all music artists, let's collab. To lease beats by Sanchez, log on to brosancheztv.com/beats-by-Sanchez.
Peace and love, everybody. We finna begin right here in a minute. Hold on a second. Just drop a one if y'all can hear me loud and clear. Let's go ahead and get the tech check out the way. And I'll be right here in a minute. Salutes. Yo, what up, fellas? What up? About to start it here in a minute. How y'all doing though?
What's good, Sanchez? Them beats is cracked too. That one beat with the flutes, I think that shit hard.
Peace and power. Peace and power.
Hey, salutes to everybody. My bad, I had to let my dog out. Yeah, salutes, man. Thank you for the compliment. Music Messiah, what's good?
What's happening, man? Yeah, that one beat you put on there, that one beat you had with the flutes, that shit crazy, yo. That shit sound crazy, man.
Salutes to y'all. I appreciate the love.
If I leave some of them beats, you would throw some verses on a couple of them.
Hold on, let me grab some. Let's talk about it. Hold on 1 minute. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm about to grab some myself. Salutes to the panel, man. Peace and power, man.
Yeah, definitely. Peace. Man, I got a little bit of smoke, but you know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all want to jump right into it or y'all want
Hey, this
to warm
Friday
up a little
5,
bit.
man. You already know it.
Basically, like I'll be trying to think outside the box sometime, man. You know what I'm saying? And like back in this, I always be thinking about slavery all the time and how I still think. Actually, I know this shit's still going on today. Like we just the change is invisible, but the dudes in Africa that was selling the slaves, they was making money. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to say is always in capitalism, there's always the rich going to get rich, and there's always the poor or poverty side. Like, because in order for capitalism to work, you have to take from someone else. You know what I'm saying? So the dudes that was selling the Africans to the Europeans, they was coming up. They was making money. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how come they don't tell us about that? You know what I mean? Like they try to say, oh, the white man was just smarter than everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That shit is just bullshit. Or niggas, or not niggas, but Africans was the ones that was getting caught was the ones that wasn't fast enough or some weird stuff like that. I don't know, man. I think it's just natural for there's evil in the world. You know what I'm saying? That's what capitalism thrive off of. You know what I'm saying? The shiesty. You know what I'm saying? The fuckery. And you know what I'm saying? That's the reason for that shit. And like that's why this shit's still going today. That's probably why Africa, for real, got cities and it got, I mean, everywhere in the world got poverty like bad. Every major city got people homeless, and you know what I'm saying?
That's true. Yeah, the whole back to Africa movement right now, because I was thinking about that debate when you mentioned Africa, right, between Jabbar and Taz, whatever. But I was like, damn, something that I've always pointed out now, Africa is leading the world when it comes to this whole agenda. We ain't gonna even talk about it today. But all them, they already got the whole mandates and everything. Like, so it's crazy that people still say you should go there when they getting like shut down. They losing a lot of their rights and yeah. That's a whole nother topic, man. Salutes to everybody on the call. I just was thinking out loud. What up, Daryl?
Hey, what's up, brother Sanchez, and to the panel, peace. What's good?
What's good, Troopy? What's good, everybody? Yeah, man. Salutes to my brother Key Norfolk, man. I gotta get with you, man. That's fucked up what happened to you, my brother.
Hey, peace and power, bro, Sanchez, man. Salutes to you, man. Hey, much appreciated, man. Yeah, it went down, but you know, we here, man. Salutes to everybody on the panel.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah,
You already know I was going flat motherfucking power to the family from the OG. Much love.
OG Leo
Flat
in the
power,
motherfucking
OG.
house.
baby. Flat
That's what's
motherfucking
up.
power.
Flat
Flat
motherfucking power.
Philly, you got a body
I
double,
said,
man.
I said, like him, but I already like him.
Hey,
7
Philly,
and
you got.
30. No, go ahead, drop. And welcome back,
I
everybody.
was gonna tell Philly he got a body double. He live at the same time. He the coldest.
Oh, that's how you do it, man. That's what's up. Make sure y'all rock with the OG Big Dog Philly channel over there, man. Salute.
And you already know I'm gonna be over here with my brother, motherfucking Flat Power, chopping their heads off. You already know.
Yeah. That's what's up. Yeah, so we here today with the Friday 5 roundtable debates and discussions. Y'all already know in the chat room, the link is pinned to the top. Smoke discussions, whatever on y'all brothers and sisters' mind. Salutes to 369 joining.
What's up?
Yeah. Good. Welcome back. Yeah.
Like,
And salute to you also, bro Sanchez.
Thank you. Thank you. Double salute to the sisters out there. I remember last show, I think y'all cats we had sort of a little gender war going on. We can't do it till we get enough sisters on this show.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah.
That was really crazy.
That jump was lit.
Yeah, it was.
Real.
like the only.
Bro, bro Sanchez, bro Sanchez, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Yo, kind of with the my man who's that? I can't read his name. The light skinned brother. I think he was. Yeah, but anyway, me and my brothers, we was kind of talking about the same thing about capitalism, man. But I'm like this, man. Like what? Why is human nature like that? Like, why is it that? Why don't the rich want the poor to be rich with them? What is the purpose of the rich getting rich off the poor? What is why are we like that?
Well, you know what? We got I'm gonna be thorough and go all the way into it from the jump to where we at now. Hey, let me salute King Mike with that fire setup, man. He got a real dope setup going over there, man. Real talk. Hey, but yeah, so this whole rich versus poor thing, that's my beef with Egypt. That's my beef with Babylon. Whenever you want to talk about the history of rich versus poor, we always got to talk about the history of money itself. Ever since they created money, class system was created. So that starts in Egypt. That starts in Babylon, places like that. Even in Ireland, where they start having the shekels, and theirs is just as old. So I mean, really, what we call money is what started this whole rich versus poor, because we playing a game, right? When they created these coins, think of a casino with chips. Our lives became a gamble then. It became whether you succeed or fail is really up to who you know in this system. When you introduce money, the goal now is to get the money, not necessarily to even acquire any intelligence or understanding of reality or anything of that nature. Just when it's playing a game, and the goal of the game is very shallow. Get the money, buy up the board. It's called monopoly. The whole thing about monopoly and rich versus poor, the tragedy of this game is that the rules of the game, they lied to us about them. They told us in this game of Monopoly, everybody can get rich. Everybody can get rich. But anybody who ever played a Monopoly game know that's just not true. It's impossible, man. So they got us on a Monopoly board. We playing a Monopoly game and we losing because we ain't been taught that the game ain't made for everybody to win. They been telling us if you work hard and keep saving your money and investing and doing all that, you can be rich, but that ain't true. As my grandma would have been rich, my great granddaddy would have been. They worked their hand to the bone till they was 70. My granddad, listen, they work hard as fuck and then complain. Now let me tell you something. It ain't built on hard work. What they telling us is built on who you know and getting plugged in and what are you willing to sacrifice for the bag. So now, if you want success in this world, there's a lot of factors on the table that's gonna ask you, well, how high you want to go, because that's gonna determine, you know what I'm saying, how deeply, how deeply into the shit you. So that's where we at now with it today in this system, you know. And
but I'm just saying,
yeah.
but I mean, you kind of answered my question, but at the same time,
Yeah.
but like I guess I'm looking at it from a standpoint of why, like what benefit is that? Like why? Like okay, me, like take me for instance. I don't know if it's from my upbringing or whatever, but I feel like if I was to get rich, if I was a billionaire, I feel like I could just, and I kind of would like to do that if I was a billionaire, like at least give 200 million people $1 million.
It don't work like that.
That's what I'm saying. Why? That's my point. Like why?
Let me show you.
What is our nature? Why?
Let me show you something. I compared this system to a casino. Let me show you something. I live in Vegas. Everybody think about this, right? There's a set amount of people every year that the casino know that's gonna win. They already got the numbers down. This jackpot right here gonna pay out this many times this year. The games, the machines set up to only pay a certain amount. So casinos knew that gambling is a random chance, but budgeting ain't. So the gambler coming out to make a thinking that you dealing with random chance, and it's not like that, because the casino know that they can't lead a motherfucking salary and their bottom line up the random chance. We just can't be throwing it up in the air and hey, anybody can just win. If you lucky enough, it's equal, right? No, the machines are rigged. They know each machine, they know exactly how much it's gonna pay out every year. All right. So they're stocking those machines like with chips, like vending machines, stacking it up with Skittles and Snickers, and they able to know how much and predict their fucking budget. It ain't no random shit. Now, to the people that's gambling, they think it's random. They think, you know what? If I put my money in this machine, I got a 50-50 chance. It's never 50-50. The Las Vegas can't make no money off people winning. What Las Vegas make money off of is people believing.
You losing.
All right, but let me finish, because I want to give you something. No, you got it. Las Vegas can't make money off people winning, but what it need people to do is believe they can win. Because won't nobody come if they knew they couldn't win. So the goal now is to make people think they can win while knowing it ain't what we telling them, and it ain't the chances and odds of a winner is so slow. It's like when you try to when you put your money in that little claw machine to get your little teddy bear, and what does it do? It never grab it tight. It don't grab it tight at all. They know that.
But yeah.
So hold on. Now, let me wrap. Hold on. Everybody got to. This is what we're gonna do today. We got to be patient. Smoke your cigar. Where your blunt at? Light it up. Relax. Check it out. I'm about to wrap it up right here. Check it out, right? America do the same thing. America can't sustain itself off everybody getting the American dream. If everybody woke up tomorrow and had the same money as the people in power, the system will be over, just like that casino. If everybody went in there with a 50-50 shot, everybody can't have a 50-50 shot in America. It ain't even built on that. Even black folks know it ain't no damn 50-50 shot. We say we got to work 10 times harder. What if you went in a casino and you had to work 10 times harder to pull your slot like, and you put your money in and the dude next to you like, choo, check this out, right? It's all a gamble anyway, but they got to make Americans think you can get the American dream. It's the same game is what I'm saying, y'all. But I'm going to wrap it up with this. Everybody that win in a casino are part of the family owners of the casino. It's people they planting and they telling them, look, that machine gonna hit right here. Go in there and play boom, boom, boom on this day right there. They gonna announce that like a random person hit and they just keeping the money. And what they got to do is make everybody else think that you can hit. That's just like the pastor that rigged his audience up and he got some dude in a wheelchair who know he ain't crippled and told him, look, I'm going to heal you, man. You know, you got to stand up out your wheelchair though when I touch you and shit. Yo, so many pastors got rich doing that shit back in the day. Folks of all, that's what I'm telling you. They rigging this thing to where the people that are making it to the top, they the ones who in on it with the casino owner. And they know that the rest of us can't hit the jackpot. Them your celebrities and gate guards and all them who telling you ain't working hard enough. You ain't doing this. You ain't and they ain't done shit. And you be like, how he get his damn millions? He made one little Laffy Taffy song. And that nigga, you know what I'm saying? So this like,
Hey, it's like
y'all
it's like
go
the
ahead.
yeah, it's like this, like the four corner hustler trick. The dude with the sponge and the caps, he have you think it's a random person, but they playing the audience. He'll keep letting him win. So when somebody else go bet on the hustle, they lose and they split the pot and shit. It's crazy.
But see, capitalism been around for hundreds of thousands of years. So you would think over time people would know the fuckery. Like, look, I'm not going into this system. Or just like Bro Sanchez said, it was the belief that the people would think that they would be rich off the way they do business. You know what I'm saying? It'd be a part of the capitalism system. See what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, what made people want to believe that they could actually, the Africans that was selling to other Africans, what made them believe that they could, be or have, riches or, have military might, have, whatever anybody, whatever civilization wanted.
Well,
See what I'm saying?
that's what I'm saying about money. Once you introduce money to the world, anything is for sale. So people become for sale. And if people is like gold and valuable, you'll have this phenomena of human trafficking going on,
But
which
what if,
did happen.
but what if somebody paid somebody to do the dirty work of the world, like the underworld type of shit, like, stealing, killing, robbing, drug dealing, selling poison to people, you know what I'm saying? What if I made enough money to where, all right, if I keep somebody sick or if I keep somebody a fiend, I know I can make more money off you continuously, like forever, as long as you sick. You see what I'm saying? So what made the people with the money go and you see what I'm saying? And how did they have this bonus information to know that I could keep these people sick? You feel me? I could keep them doing the bad stuff so it could make me look good. And you see what I'm saying? What made them want to do that? What made the Europeans want to have slaves?
Man,
And
listen.
You ever argue with a
I think
narcissist? It's kind of the
it's just
same
a
thing.
It's just the thirst for power, control. I guess it's driven by greed, man.
Sanchez, I want to chime in
but
and say that
the
I was taught
Europeans
that.
didn't start
Go
that.
ahead.
Listen, I'm gonna give it right to you. The European didn't start that shit. That shit started over in Egypt. All
Right,
that
that's what I'm
gold and
saying. The
all that.
Africans.
And
I'm
when
saying the
they
Africans, like the ones
listen,
who was making
listen,
money
young man.
capturing the Africans. You know what I'm saying? Who was selling
Hey,
Africans to the Europeans. Those are the ones who is paid. They paid to do the dirty work, basically the devil's work. You know what I'm saying?
hey, bro.
That's how they got
I
rich.
just think
I
I just
don't
think
think
that's
they
the
was
power thing.
stealing them like that. I think they tricked them. I think they just was selling them like the better life shit like they've been doing now. And you know, I don't think they went caught people and did it like that. I think they promised them a job and shit like that. They was gonna be able to come back, support their family, or it was better life somewhere else. Like I don't think they just went
I mean,
rounded up
they got pictures
slaves.
of motherfuckers in chains and shit, and they got statutes and all type of shit. You know what I'm
Now,
saying? That said that they
now,
was kept.
now,
They
now,
got documentation of that shit.
on that, I believe that, you know, that's just how some people probably treated the people that they did have slaves. Some people did have slaves, but
Exactly.
I just don't think it was no mass rounding up of people like that. Like some people transported their slaves with chains on their necks like that. You feel me?
Well,
It could have
well,
been
well,
a
well,
mixture of
well,
everything, but you know, but I'm open minded because you know, I don't think you know they probably could have did it like deer hunting. It could have been herds. Who knows? But I want to know what was the original point of y'all getting into. It was about rich and poor, right?
Capitalism.
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead. Go
about
ahead.
well,
yeah,
yeah. See,
about capitalizing off of slavery, because black people did capitalize off slavery, and that's what I think. You know, it's a smoking
yeah,
point.
because
You
they
feel me?
negotiated. So
Do y'all really think we're still in capitalism? Do you really think
You
we're
said
still in
what?
capitalism?
Get on here and show you what wisdom with these faggots.
I'm saying it's created. We created. I mean, everybody that wanted to have unlimited wealth. You know what I'm saying? All conspired together to create capitalism, and that's where it comes down into. You know, where was this information that made everybody want to get down? You know what I'm saying?
No, what
Where
it ain't that everybody got down. Is that the people who got down with the capitalistic societies live in what we call the modern world today, which is Babylon. And the people who didn't, they still trapped in a time capsule in the jungle. They never even got down, they ain't got the mind we got. You
right?
got
Well,
millions of tribes scattered on this earth that you'll have to even teach them what taxes are and what a damn social
right.
security. They don't know that. So they still didn't take over the entire world, if you will, but yeah, they
But
still
where did
doing it
that
now.
bonus information come from? Where did that information come
It ain't.
from to
I
say,
don't know why
you
you
know,
think that that's some kind of any child that you put in a room with another child, you'll see them children start to exercise power, control, greed, and all that. Put two children in one room with one toy and see what
that's
happens.
true.
but yeah,
That's
over
true.
the time, if you
That's
take
true.
everything, if the one kid beat up the other kid all the time, eventually it ain't gonna be. They're not gonna fight no more. It's just gonna be, they just
No,
giving it
no,
to him and
what
shit
yeah,
every
Depends on the
well
time.
that
child.
No.
Some
it ain't
children
it
is gonna buck up.
I'm
Yeah,
saying if the kid is just can't beat the kid, like you can't beat him. That's what I'm saying. Like if the one kid is just stronger and just like more
then
aggressive, like
guess what
Oh, well,
no
happens?
yeah.
matter what.
Then what happens is you live in oppression. That's where we at now.
Right, right. Now, after years and years of oppression, where, well, like over time, where did the people start agreeing to the oppression? You see what I'm saying?
You don't agree
That's what
to
they are.
oppression.
yeah,
You don't
it's
you
not
don't
an
agree
agreement.
to oppression. If somebody busts in your house right now with guns and start oppressing you, it ain't no agreement or disagreement. It's get down or lay down.
Or
You
on
either
the other
fight or
side,
you
I'm saying,
complacent.
Hmm?
You either complacent or you fight. It's one way or
Yeah,
the
Yeah,
other.
it
You
ain't.
either
Yeah,
hey,
complacent and you're
think
like,
about
oh,
going to
I
jail.
chill, or you
Think
stand
about
up
going
and
to
you fucking
jail. Think
yeah.
about certain dudes when they go to jail. Like when certain dudes come into jail, whether you been there using the phone every day at 5 or not, bro, you ain't using the phone no more unless you stand up and fight, or if you know their reputation like that, you gonna let them have the phone. You know what I'm saying? It's natural. It's just a shift in energy. You know what I mean?
That's a good example.
Yeah, I like
That's
that.
all it is.
Yeah, that's true.
Because look, I like to simplify it because when we
So
don't,
basically,
you
y'all just
have
saying
go ahead.
Europeans more powerful and more intellectual. Basically, what you saying?
What it is this: Europeans are more capitalistic, and we're in a capitalistic system. You can't really beat them at their own game.
But see, I give that power to this capital.
You muted yourself, but yeah, y'all go ahead.
Cut yourself off, bro.
Yeah, we had to
brother.
even give in to the system to
No
make what
person
we
is
was
able
doing
to
lose
come up with
power
this.
anyway. You feel what I'm saying? Before this capitalistic system could even work, we was already on the system, but the European system was so intriguing, and you know,
Right, the
people wanted to be
belief
a part
that
of
we
it
would
at
make
first.
money.
Right. And then that's how we lost control, because it's kind of like you on somebody else's court. You left your home field to go somewhere else because you thought the field was better, but now you're not at home no more, so you can never really gain control. Like, you can't beat them at their own game. Like, you feel what I'm saying?
But I think it's all they all is together though. That's the thing. It's like if I showed you a way to rig the system, now you rigging the system. Now we all rigging that shit together. You see what I'm saying?
Well, they
So
are. Like, there's a few that are rigged together. You're absolutely right. But you got to understand that this system it's called indentured servitude. Like bro says, it ain't designed for everybody to get ahead. There's a select few. They get the money, they keep it in a circle. Right now, we think that's called corporations and businesses and all this kind of shit. But really, it's just, well, hell, bro goes over it all the time. It's symbolism, it's magic and shit like that to keep us distracted and keep us feeding the beast, keep buying their shit, keep
magic,
being
exactly.
servant, keep doing the same shit over and over. That's all.
And that's what
all
I'm saying, yo.
Hey,
Not to
and
cut
just
you
real
off, but
quick,
I'm
bro.
telling you, yo.
And just real quick, how the other people fell in on it, just real quick, how the other people fell in on it. Once the other people started seeing that these people had this system going, shit, and they seen where they could get them a position in it and not be overcame by this shit too. They took their position in it. Different people need different positions. When you build your system, you need different positions filled. You see what I'm saying? People that can probably have more muscle than you get them a position. That's where your gate guards come in and all that shit. Then they know they children got position because they got position with the person whose system it is. You feel what I'm saying?
Well, brother
Yeah, but
Sanchez,
see,
And the reason
and all of this stuff be inspired by God. Like a lot of people all say that like capitalism and all these countries and they did these things. They said
No,
because God told them to, and they fought these
Jesus said you
wars.
better keep the money. You slave
In
for that.
the
Religion does
Bible,
have a huge role to play in it. Manipulation, lies.
But which God though? I mean,
but you know
Satan's
what
a
though?
God too, right?
But yo, in the Bible, it talks about I think Jesus said that give Caesar what Caesar is due. You know what I'm saying? So
No,
because
he said
I
that
think that was
before. He
uh-huh.
did say that, but he
a
did say
reason.
that, but he said that before he led 5,000 people in the desert. Basically, he's saying, "Man, give unto Caesar what is his. Walk away. It's his. Give him the house. Give him the car. Give him all that shit.
Money itself is religious. That's why
Right.
in God we trust on it. It's a religious thing, money itself.
And that pyramid on it. But look, the reason why they make the money lopsided like that, because if everybody had money, it wouldn't be worth nothing. So now you're trying to take the power scale away. Smart people thought of money because power was overtaken on brute force. All right, cool. Well, if I can make this worth something, I can buy my brute force. Now, y'all want to keep doing brute force? Let's see who the most powerful. That's why they say money is power, being mightier than the sword. But the whole thing about it is they taking money away, and I'm gonna pass the mic, and they're turning it into digits and algorithms now. They're turning it into Bitcoin. Pretty soon they're gonna take that away. So It's gonna still full circle back to power. Watch what I tell you. But y'all go
But
ahead.
Sanchez, wasn't that like how Steve Harvey said, this is a money game? Basically, it's in every culture, every ethnicity, because we all are split up and divided. So they come up with a currency. We forget that money means actually currency, energy. Who can produce the most shit? And right now, China and United States and Russia are like the top three in the world that people have the most money where they living at. And it's because they're trying to compete with all the other ethnicities through using money as the ultimate goal to attain. You get what I'm saying? The ultimate goal to attain. Who the fuck cut me off like that, my nigga? You a goddamn immature ass nigga, or I'm just fucking excited.
But
You
it's
can't
not
hold your
just,
Yo, you
motherfucking
need
it's
to
not
leave the
tongue over
just
weed
there.
alone,
money.
bro. You need to leave the weed
It's
alone.
more.
No, I feel him,
Let
man.
him
Y'all
finish
be
though.
ridiculous
Let him
with the
finish.
cutoffs. Yeah.
Let him finish. Yeah.
Yeah, but I wanted to finish saying that I think that, in my opinion, is that from what I learned is that because if we were going in the past, we were using gold and trinkets and different things that were resources in the land that we use to say, hey, I like that. That's cool. I got something. Let's trade. And then it turned. And so how did that become dollar paper bills? That's because it became a race at who had the most shit.
Legal tender became the representative for gold whenever there was a gold standard. So on your dollar, it says legal tender. And that was a representative for that amount of money in gold. So that's what it was. It's kind of like a check. It's legal tender. It represented gold. But whenever the country, like when kerosene was found, and they quit using like cannabis oil and all that kind of shit back in the 1800s, they redid the money. I'm sorry, I'm looking down in a way, trying to think of the year. One of those years in the 1800s, was whenever they turned the currency over into oil, and then solidified that in the 1900s. And so we've been on oil for a fat minute. So,
hey yo, bro, yeah, it's easier to carry $1 million cash than it is $1 million worth of gold, bro. That shit gonna be heavy than the motherfucker.
right.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
here, the
but
It
brother.
is true, but
money is
do you
empty.
really need? I
Money ain't
mean,
represent.
if you only doing business every once in a while like that, it's like they tell us, oh, this is easier. Oh, this is why we did this. But when you really think about it, it's like, yeah, it is. But how often are you really spending $1 million? You know what I'm saying? Like, if I just feel like a lot of it, they try to make it seem like it's the best we could have came up with. You know what I'm saying? And they make all these excuses as to why they threw that idea onto the people, like as if it just came naturally. It's like, no, we were using flowers. Tulips were a form of currency at one point in time. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
but once
Right, we
they
probably use
once a
different
person
things.
was able to make $1 million, they had to make it possible where a person could, you know, contain that much, So,
Well,
we
look.
on the argument of whether they gave you an opportunity where you can have a certain amount, but you just can't carry it on you.
Yeah. So
Is that what you're saying?
the thing is, without money, you can't have a labor force. So this is how peasants was created and all this. And when you create money, you got to create ways for your people to earn the money. So now you got the creation of jobs now, the creation of our whole way of living right now. But let me show you how deep this goes. So what it really is, in a natural trading system, you wouldn't be working for nobody. You will be working your land, and whatever your land had to offer, whether it was potatoes, hemp, agave, I don't know. Everybody land got something. Even if your land ain't got no plants or nothing, well, we gonna use your shit for space. We gonna party on his shit then. His shit ain't got nothing growing, but we charging you just this shit for the space then. So see, land is valuable. So check this out, right? So whatever your land has to offer the community was what your currency of trade was. So if your house was on a natural water well, you probably was the water source for that particular area, but you ain't have everything. We naturally had to trade with each other, but there was no money. So there was no going to work, getting paid a salary, then going to the supermarket and just getting your groceries off the shelf. That's what was introduced with money and all that. And I can show you the slow process of how the people who created the money gained control over the resources that you would have to work for and pay for with the money. But that's gonna come later. What I want you to see now though is that in a natural trade system, you wouldn't work for nobody. And then with money introduced, what's on my land don't matter no more. I don't care what I'm growing on my land now, because without money, I'm gonna starve. So at this point, I got to trade what's on my land for money. So everybody is now trading their resources for money now. So you see how it go, instead of me trading what's on my land to the man down the street, no, I'm gonna take what's on my land and sell it for money. And I'm gonna take the money and get what I want. We ain't interacting with each other. There's a power that broke up the natural trade system that I was explaining. But yeah, that's just it in a nutshell.
Yeah, but see, where did the capitalism come in?
That is capitalism. What happened was money is a result of capitalism. Money is a result of people saying, okay, they got a natural trade system going, but I don't have anything to trade with these people with, because I don't have a land of my own. So I'm gonna create something of value, and what they created of value is really what we call religion today. And guess what? And for you to partake in a religion, you needed their money, because the God that you adopted, if you start adopting a religious system, say you need to give me 10% of them shekels that they got. So you got to say to yourself, how am I earn this money to pay the tithes to my God? Now they got you all the way into their system. They got you into their workforce, into they going to church, working, paying tithes, and just where we at today. That's just it in a nutshell.
So basically, you saying that they use money to steal the resources off the land and then charge you for them, and then sell it back to you, charge you for it. So
people
they have
used
control over the land. Okay, got it.
Capitalism is a form of religion.
Yeah, because people without money would also sacrifice fruits and cows and all of that to these people, God, too.
Yeah,
Somebody
put tithes as taxes, man. That shit, that's real. Tithes is taxes.
Medieval taxation. Yeah, medieval taxes. That's all. Because when the church was government, they didn't call it taxes. They just call it tithes. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Tithes is like a corrupted form of what we used to do way back in the ancient days, where if you got a tribe, everybody putting in what they find, and then whoever needs what gonna get it when they need it, and nobody is ever lacking.
That's called a communal bank. That's called a communal pot. But what tithing is everybody put this shit in, and pastor get a jet and a new house and a Benz, and you don't get a goddamn thing. You don't get a ride to church. Go ahead, y'all.
How they control this money? I'm gonna give it right to you, Troopy. How they control this money construct too is you can't buy control. Let me get you, all right. The Monopoly board, they got the income tax block. Can't nobody buy that. They got the jail block. Can't nobody buy that. They got the government pass and go with the stimulus checks. Can't nobody buy that. And that's on all four corners of the plane. And they give it to us in plain sight. But y'all go ahead.
But Sanchez, I want to say now, in a hierarchy system, like you're saying, that communal bank, that the top dog in that system, how we used to do it, the top dog get the most shit or the best stuff, and then he just trickle it down. It just trickled down to everybody else, the rest of the members. Isn't that how it would work? Isn't that how it used to work?
Well, in a communal system, like the sister was explaining, in a tribal, ain't no top dog or bottom dog. this top and bottom shit is rich and poor, and when the invention of class systems was created on Earth. But this ain't
So there
going.
ain't no leaders in no group. There ain't no leaders in the group back then.
Yeah, but see,
Well, there's like
but see, hold on. But see, a leader ain't synonymous with a rich and poor. You can be you ain't got to be a billionaire, millionaire to be a leader. Most of you are leaders. So I'm saying I get what you're saying, but yeah, in a natural tribal set, you will have leaders, followers, all that. But yeah, you wouldn't have slavery.
Facts. And it was a council. Just gonna jump in here, double dutch, just hopping on in the conversation real quick. But it was a council. Every tribe had a council, and the council was formed by all the elders of each family. And the whole tribe, just using that term, was all family. And then you have other tribes that were related. But like you were talking about, those who live near the waterways, those were the ones who got first catch off of the fish. And so they were the ones that had to provide that source. The other people who were going to Navy. Oh no, you good, bro. The other group might be providing. There was somebody else. Might have been providing Navy. Yeah, that was his bird. But no, that's cool.
Fucking pigeon or some shit.
Yeah. But shout out to Ali. But yeah, and then the other group, it depends on where you lived and the resources that you had closest to you. That's what you were, your craft, where you were a master of, a mason of at the time. And everybody was part of the collective. So when one group decided to be stingy with their area of the land that is collectively everybody's, then the council will come together and regulate on that one sector. And that's what the real rule, that's what it's really supposed to be. But I love this bill talking about the different systems of society and how it's run. Utopia is the goal, but how do we
That is it, man. I'm glad you said it. That's it. That's it. We got
now watch this. Now watch this. Now watch this, Elite. Me myself. Go ahead and tell them what utopia is.
Now, my utopia is one where we're not capitalizing on anything anymore. Because what else is there left to capitalize on but the imagination of the peasant class or the populace? And so that's where we're at now. And so once we eliminate that construct, then that's my personal utopia. Where everybody's free thinking and working for each other.
Hold on. If we ever get reparations for being American descendants of slaves, let's use our money to fund Civil War. I'm with that. Who down with that?
We won't never get it.
Yeah, we might get it. Dudes used to say, oh, slavery ain't gonna never end. Slavery ain't gonna never end.
And it didn't never end.
We'll never get off that.
It never ended. Slavery never ended.
Everybody slave.
All right, how about this? All right.
We still in slavery.
All right, how about this? In Alabama, all right, here, it's gonna be like this then. How about in Alabama, Barry Bryant was like, a nigga ain't gonna never play football for this school. You feel me? But eventually he did let niggas play.
Let me tell you something, bro. Hold on.
I ain't never let niggas play on my football team.
Bro.
You feel me? I ain't never let nobody play for Alabama.
Let me explain something to you, man. When they let blacks start getting reparations, what they paying on with won't be worth a damn no more. Think about that. If they gave blacks reparations today, they'll be giving your ass American dollars, and that's giving your ass currency that's already been finna crash. I just don't see them giving you.
Give me my mill.
I just don't see them giving you doing it fairly.
They stole from them.
They gonna give you the dollars. They gonna give you the dollars, bro. But then the Bitcoin
every black person gotta get a mill.
But look, the Bitcoin shit gonna be way worth this. So in order
that's what I'm saying. That Bitcoin some bullshit. That Bitcoin some bullshit. That Bitcoin is some bullshit.
That shit $1 million cash, bro.
That Bitcoin gonna get y'all niggas broke. That shit get y'all broke as shit.
This how ignorant black people lives, bro. They ain't supposed to be giving you no money. The deal was 30 acres.
40 acres in a mule.
Right. Give us our land, bro.
But you know what? But I'm gonna tell you what's so sad.
$1 million over land, you need a lot of land.
That's right. Niggas don't want them 40 acres
land with a mill.
And a mule. They want the money.
I want a
bro,
mill.
you're not understanding.
That 40 acres will make you more than $1 million if you use it right. You know what I'm
Look,
That's
bro,
saying?
right.
Like,
You're
come
I
on,
mean, I
right.
could
man.
I
get
could
your
turn that
meal,
million. I
bro.
could turn that
Here's
million
what I'm
into
telling
into
y'all.
2 million. Then the next
It
year into
don't.
4 million.
It don't. No, listen. It
Bro, you
don't matter
can't take
what
a
we
meal and
listen.
spend a
Man,
meal
just
in no
listen, right? Hey,
instance, bro. Once you
listen
get
right
a
quick.
meal, it's not a
Key.
meal no more, bro. Once you
Here's what I'm
get
saying,
taxed,
Key. Cool.
I
Here's
could
come
what
on,
I'm
take
bro.
half
saying,
of that.
though, Key.
I could
Here's
take
what
half
I'm
You
of
know
that.
them
I
saying.
think
gas
a
stations
million
that
was
you
a
Let me
go
lot of
say what
to?
I'm
dollars. It
saying,
really ain't
please,
a lot,
dog.
man.
Just let me say
You know
what I'm
them
saying,
gas
and I'm gonna
stations you
pass it.
guys go
Go
to?
ahead,
We
go
Bro,
all
ahead,
just
go
drop.
to
Go
a
ahead.
gas station, right? We all go to a
it's
gas station,
retarded.
right?
Yeah, we great,
You
great.
know
What I'm
that they
saying is,
rent that
hey,
land for like
listen, bro.
15 to
Listen,
25
like
years
Jesus.
for like
Listen.
15 to 25 million dollars, and
Hey,
they give
Listen,
them
bro.
full.
hold
I'm in the middle of my
on.
I
damn
can't hear
soliloquy.
you.
Hey,
Hey, drop can't get in
goddamn,
for nothing.
let drop get in,
Yeah,
goddamn.
let drop get it, man.
That's the only way I could do it. I swear for Jesus. But listen, if you give every black person 40 acres, the land is ours. We don't gotta make nothing. It's our land now. Now we can adjust for the people. You understand that part?
Right,
See,
right.
people
But that's
still
why they ain't
thinking
gonna give us
solo.
that. That's why
And
they
if
ain't gonna
it's
Still
give you
on
the
some
land.
solo.
mines or like something that you can get some resources off of, man, come on, man. Talk about some damn Bitcoin. Y'all tripping. Y'all can
Yeah,
have
y'all
Bitcoin
talk. I
too,
ain't.
but y'all
That's
need that. We need
bullshit.
that gold, that
Yo,
silver, that
We
you
need
copper.
that
We need all
oil.
of that.
We need
Nah,
that
nah,
oil.
you
nah,
better
you
mess with that
missing it.
Bitcoin. Yo, you better mess with
You
that
missing
Bitcoin.
it. Nah, she missing it. That ain't what I
I
said.
said
What
you
I,
can have Bitcoin. I have a Bitcoin, so I ain't knocking nobody on it. I'm
yeah.
Oh,
saying it's a
you
trap.
sound
That's
like
what
That's
you
I'm
just
knocking
trying
some
to
on it
say.
though. I was
bullshit.
about to
Nah,
I'm
say,
knocking
nah,
it.
look.
I'm knocking it. That shit get
I
y'all
ain't with
niggas
it or
burnt.
knocking it
it's about to
because
That
blow
shit
up.
get y'all burnt.
you only
That
gonna
shit get
need
y'all
that
burnt.
Bitcoin shit in your now. I don't know how they gonna apply it over here, but that shit all like lead to to that metaverse shit, that
And that shit
Bitcoin
gonna
well,
get
shit.
y'all played.
Nah,
And
yeah,
if
That
well,
you
get
yeah,
y'all
well,
forget
straight
your
that's on
well,
your
played.
code, you
choice though. That's
fucked.
on
If
your
you
choice
forget your
though.
key, you're fucked. If you got millions in Bitcoin, forget your damn key. Then what the fuck you gonna do? It's gone.
Right. You can
let's
go.
let's
Just
do
don't lose
this.
your key. I mean, you got
But
to
Oh
take
my
anyway,
God.
Well, look, let's do this, right? Let's do this. I don't think y'all really hopped on and go for too many hours on finances, economics. I know Dara was asking me about rich versus poor, but I just want to remind y'all, don't forget whatever original topic you hopped on to bring up. You can change the subject. That is perfectly legal over here. So I'm just plugging that in. Y'all go ahead. Go ahead.
but for
Yeah,
utopia, for
Yeah.
utopia to exist, that's why I said it's gonna have to be a civil war again, or some kind of war where we crush the capitalist system.
It's
It's
just a
like it's the only
reawakening.
way.
It's just a reawakening of what it actually means. That's all it is, and that's why we need to use this social media, this interaction that's instant, like we're doing now, to our benefit. And also, predicting where the elites think that we're trying to go is how you can decide where to invest your money at. Also, like the Ukraine, what kind of natural resources does the Ukraine have? And that's where Nancy and Pelosi are going to put all their stocks and bonds into, because
that's true.
there's no illegal insider trading for them, right? And
Hmm.
she had to answer that the other day, but she just laughed and looked at everybody like, stupid peasants, I'm out, peace. And then she walked off the stage. She didn't say
Yeah,
that
you're right. You're
verbatim,
right.
so
You do.
if we study what, yeah, go ahead, bro.
No, I'm gonna say you're right, because you do got to follow where the money is going. If you follow where the money is going, that's where the riches is going.
The slaughter, follow the slaughter,
It's
the
the
trail, the
slaughter, the
bloodshed.
slaughter. Yep, you're
Yeah,
right. My
yeah,
brother
follow the
my
money.
brother taught me to do the same thing. That he's a financial genius in our family, and that's what he say. He always say, follow the money. Whatever
Follow
white
the
folks
Isn't
do.
money.
it? Ain't it
Yeah.
like in the Constitution where we can overthrow the government?
So
It is because
so
we are the
I
so
mean,
government.
we
but
can. You
Is
just
but
got to
they
get
ain't about
everybody
to let your ass
to.
do it.
let me
Make
hold on,
Jason the
wait, one at a time. I want to do something. To people who say follow the money, I want to ask y'all a quick couple of questions real quick for the sake of teaching people who's listening. I want y'all to teach them and go into detail if we're gonna build on this, right? So, for example, me myself, Daryl, when you say follow the money, the first question is, did you follow the money?
Oh, I did. I found out
All right.
exactly. Like I know how
Now
much
look,
my state gets, etc. Yeah.
hold up, but wait. Now, when you follow the money, I'm gonna ask you a kindergarten question. Where did it lead you? Teach them, give them some game. Go ahead.
All right. Well, honestly, it led me back to seeing how clueless we are of each state getting allocated the yearly budget, right? All we got to do is pay attention to them Fox, CNN, and MSNBC every single year, every quarter, they blow each other up, telling everything on everybody. And every state is allocated a certain amount of billions and millions. And then you'll start to see the trickle down of how my mayor specifically, we don't even see Mayor Stoney no more because they gave him whatever, he got the free vacation. And so like we don't even see them anymore. All the money's being allocated to places like that's not schools. They're tearing down our
Is it
schools.
safe to say
But
that when you follow the money, it will lead you into politics then?
that's true. Yeah.
All
Yep,
right,
absolutely.
go ahead. Continue. You
Oh,
got it.
absolutely.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Good. Cut straight to the point. Yep, absolutely. It's about plantation politics stuff. And when we understand the role that we play with the certain hue compared to the role that others play, the elites that are majority another hue, then it'll start to click that. But also numbers, we need to understand that we're the majority though. And when we understand that, that's what they play on, the fact that we don't know how strong we are together, physically, mentally, spiritually. And when they play and they can capture that, when they can capture your imagination, that's why I kept saying the only thing they can capitalize on is our imagination. Once we take that back, it's over with. The whole system is
Right.
crashing. And that's the real civil war that we need to
I
have.
think I guess I can agree with that. I just think we should just stop dealing with the money aspect altogether. Because if that's what got us here in the first place, why are we chasing the money? You know what I mean? If that's the
I
root
agree
of
with
all
you.
evil, why the fuck would we even chase that?
Now look,
You know what I
we
mean?
need
Like,
it because we need it.
now we have to.
But when we
Uh,
do that though, we gotta get a lights back though. We can't use they lights and shit. You
No,
know what I'm
everything is
saying?
us. No,
but
we
we can
invented
make
everything.
our own
All that's
though.
us.
You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
exactly.
Nah,
We
but
We
can
I'm
we
make
saying
our
invented
we
all
own.
gotta
not the
You
figure
money.
know what I'm
out how to
saying?
control that shit though. We
That's
don't know
true.
how to
That's
control
true.
that shit.
And I mean, all of that would take time. You know what I mean? We would learn how
No,
to farm over time. We would
School,
learn how
man.
to
That's the
build
That,
over
problem.
that
time.
That's the
You know what
that's
I
what
problem.
mean?
school was
One
supposed to
at a
be.
time.
Yeah, my bad. But
yeah,
yeah,
one at a
I'm
time.
gonna close out. I'm gonna close out real quick. That's what school was supposed to be. Our reparations was supposed to be giving us back the stolen resources, not the money to go struggle and buy back the invention and the patents. No, we go to school, every school for free, and then watch how they take away the resources out of these colleges and then dump them in landfills, and then we have nothing inside these colleges. But that's the real reparations, demanding that we get all education for free. And once we have that, like Norfolk was saying, then we know how to set up infrastructure,
They, they
plumbing,
not.
electrical, etc., AC. So yeah, but yeah, y'all go
Yeah,
ahead.
I don't
Shout out
think
to
I
Ben.
don't think they just gonna hand over the resources because we begging for it. You know what I mean? These niggas done killed, slaughtered, tricked, and bamboozled for
Yeah.
hundreds of years. You know what I mean? They not gonna give us nothing. You know what I
Hey,
mean? The whole thing to me is
Yeah,
just
man.
stop making deals with the devil. You know what I mean? We going for the devil money. We want to
Right,
make
that's
deals
true.
with them and
That's
think the
true.
devil gonna just give it to us, and that's not gonna happen. But at the
Yeah,
same time, I'm
yeah.
not like calling for war or nothing. I just say quit fucking with them niggas. The devil only win once you strike a deal with him. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like,
yo,
stop the killing.
check this out. Check this out. How did so what you know what help me with the history of like
You muted yourself.
You muted yourself.
when they were making money and then the white folks somehow came and took it over. What kind of grand scheme did they do to do that? Because why can't we flip that and do the same to them?
Well, we can. I'm glad you said something, man. Hold on a second. In
You know, the
1690,
people, hold on, I just got to answer him in a nutshell, and you can go into all that. I'm going to give you a quick one real quick. The people that created money don't need the money. They actually created the system that make us need the money. But that's, I'm going to go deeper into that. Go ahead,
yeah,
Ali.
yeah, no worries. It just builds on that. They knew that. Though actually, we don't really know this because the way it's all taught, but white people were actually slaves in England and in Europe because the people of color, they used to rule by divine rule. It's like it goes back to biblical shit. Anyway, in 1690, somehow, some way, they married in somewhat, most likely, and became a lawmaker. They made a law where no white people could be indentured servants or slaves. And in that started capitalizing on everything that we know. Sharecroppers. I've done a lot of genealogy. Sharecroppers, everybody I've researched is a full Choctaw, full Cherokee, full Chickasaw. I'm sure all of you have a grandma or somebody like that in your family. So we can do that now, but you got to go back to Indian territory and you got to prove your lineage. Once you prove your lineage, you can buy land in Indian territory, be tax-free. You can unplug to plug in. That's what I did. I gave up living in Hawaii to come all the way back here just to do that, so I could live tax-free and free. Yep.
Thank you for that.
We're gonna have to link up. I need some more information on that.
But what if you're not Indian?
But you gotta be the tribe though. Everybody's Indian, trust me.
What if I'm a nigga? I'm
just
just a nigga.
No, you ain't. No, you ain't. If you Negro, you Indian.
Nigga is an Indian word, so there you go.
Hey, did y'all?
But they the Native Americans. They the ones that saying where the white motherfuckers that try to say they Native American. That's who they saying is Native American, because that's an oxymoron.
But the
American
question is who you saying is Native American.
Right.
I'm saying white people is Native American because they made themselves an oxymoron and assimilated themselves into American name, or saying that giving their rights to this land. So an American is, I guess, a nigga. You know what I'm saying? Not no Native American. He just a American. You feel me?
And but you can't disregard what Native mean, though.
Indian is like this, man.
You
When you
can't
say
y'all are going into a can of worms now.
Right. One thing we got to understand is that being native does not mean that you're indigenous to the line. And if you look into the etymology of the word native, it only means that you were born at a certain place. And if you look at it in the Black Laws Dictionary, it does not give you rights to no land, no nothing. Being native just mentions the fact that you were born here. I mean, that's why. Like,
I really like it when people simplify it. Thank you, bro.
And the Indian is a tag, man. Like you have Caucasian Indians, for Christ's sakes. Indian is not just you got the blood of an Indian. No, Indian is the first the main name for tribal. That's all that is, and it was different tribes, and they was Indians. Now you know how many different tribes it is? Do you know how many different?
No, we don't.
Different. All right, well then look it up, dumb person. Just type in white Indian.
Damn.
Just type that in.
Yeah, let me
because they be trolling. Go ahead.
Let me pass the mic around a bit, right, and let some people on a panel who ain't speak, because we've been having a lot of, for the past couple hours, the same people. I want to make sure they can get in. Maybe they want to change the subject because y'all ain't really going nowhere. We just in a cipher of just random, like, you know.
I got one question of all this. Y'all hear about what Homeland Security just initiated about the freedom of speech?
Yeah, that thing is crazy. If you so much as say the wrong thing on the internet now, you'll be classified as a domestic terrorist, quick, fast, and in a hurry. If you start talking about uprisings, they passed the law, like literally, it's in the what's that place called? The Homeland Security website. You go to their website, it's called the Summary of the Terrorist Threats to the U.S. Homeland. And anything that has to deal with you being online or any type of gathering that you're doing, whether it be online or actually, in an actual place, if you're promoting anything that deals with sentiments against the government, you're a domestic terrorist.
Wow, that's crazy. They make that shit after they ran through the
this shit to go down
Capitol building, right?
They're bringing back the Inquisition. I've been saying that shit. Citizen Man says not a law. So, but I know they would love for it to be one.
I'm sure if it was a law, we would have heard way more, ringing about it.
I posted a link in a private chat with the national security, the DHS.gov website. I mean, you can take it for what it is, but if anybody in the panel want to check out the
Yeah, I'm
actual
definitely
whatever
gonna
it
check
is
it
you're
out.
saying, it's right there.
Yeah, it's just it's crazy.
That it's just a matter of time before we all like some
Oh
cybernetic
shit.
androids. You
That
feel me?
first
We
one,
got phone
yo, my brother,
in our
hold on a
arm.
second, man. You gotta hold up a second, hold on. I know everybody long-winded like me, but let's kind of, share the mic a little bit. I want to point out something about this thing, right? I just clicked on the link he put out there, and the first shit on here is crazy to me. The proliferation of false or misleading narratives which sow discord or undermine public trust in U.S. government institutions. This is now something that is under terrorism and homeland security. So let me show you why this is important, though. Whether it's a law or not, it's important because I don't have the right to tell a person, look, you shouldn't trust the police, man, because I'm undermining a government institution. Hey, Music Messiah, you got some background, bro. I don't know why. I was muting you for a reason, so you wouldn't. I won't have to worry about
I was
that.
muted.
Nah, you wouldn't, bro. Hey, but check this out, man. Like I was saying, that's crazy right there that the first one on the list is really your First Amendment under attack because the shit coming out of your mouth is if it lead to somebody saying, well, look, I don't trust the hospital, or I don't trust the police, or you're now a terrorist. This is important because just because I can influence somebody to not trust your ass, that ain't a terroristic motherfucking act. And they shouldn't trust your ass in a lot of situations. Like, yo, that is crazy though. That I wanted to just deal with that, the link he put in the chat. Yeah, this crazy, man.
Yeah, not trusting somebody and fearing them or causing terror or being terrified is like two different. Wow.
That link in there even goes into depth about if you dare mention anything about 5G is going down. You a domestic
It's
terrorist.
crazy, right? Like they protect their shit. But here's what's really crazy is that because of the Constitution, that attack, that law, whatever that statute, that is actually called stateside and corporate sponsored terrorism. So actually it's state sponsored and corporate sponsored terrorism on the people. It's actually a flip.
Right, and most people should know that that the Department of National Security, they I'm not saying they're above the Constitution, but they don't need for something to be a law because they already have the job of protecting the country itself from stuff that most regular people can't see coming. Whether it be a terrorist attack, whether it be a planned bombing. Well, that's a terrorist attack as well. But whatever scenario it might be, whether it be within or coming from the outside, they have special powers that allow them to do certain things. Under the country is in jeopardy. And because of that, you ain't got no rights. Yeah, but we don't care who you are.
Sanchez, wouldn't it? Okay, sorry.
Go ahead.
Wouldn't it? Aren't they basically just saying that you can say whatever you want to say if you're meeting up like with somebody and you have like a club, you have like a private club setting at some like organization, you can say whatever the fuck you want there, but you cannot say whatever you want to on these people's platforms. That's what I'm thinking they're talking about as far as censorship. Like, no, you can't be in my house on my shit talking shit about me. You get what I'm saying? I'm gonna block your ass.
You're right on that point. They talk about you being on social media because they know that's how we gonna contact each other, reach the most people at one point. Social media, you go viral, it's over with. Everybody go. If you sound legit, you know how many people gonna believe that and go with the flow? Oh, we finna meet up at so and so place, and then we finna set up the deck.
Here go the thing, Taz, and I'm gonna pass the mic to some other folks around too, so we can get everybody involved. The thing, what I'm saying is, we don't need them to parent us. That's like them saying you don't know what's best for yourself as an adult. I bought the internet, and I'm a grown ass man. I know it's bad people out there online. I know it's shit. I know when I was a single man looking for ass out there on these sites, something bad can happen. You can get robbed. And I don't need the government coming in, regulating, doing nothing, helping me doing no. See, and that's what I'm saying. That's what's going on now. It's like saying, if you online and somebody's saying something to make you lose trust in us, we're going to go get that person instead of you being an adult and saying, well, look, I can turn from that. The free, like, they want to baby our ass, but take more rights away from you under the guise of I'm protecting your ass from this man who giving you misleading narratives. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's supposed to be some every man for they self on that one, man.
Yeah, I agree.
And get them damn elections out your house because they had. Okay, go ahead.
My bad, but just to end up, that's what they've taken from us. It's autonomy. We're dependent on the system. I heard somebody say, about the money. It's like, but we need the money, or if somebody said something about the lights, it's like, how we gonna get their own lights? Like, I mean, if we see within our community, there was a black man in Brazil that invented a car that runs off gas. Dude was murked and as soon as he came out with it, like 2 weeks later, he just came out missing. We gotta come as
people be thinking about the wrong shit. Like, when the moment you go to talking about saving yourself and escaping the system, people go to talking about how much we need money, how much we need, we need to make our own cars, we need to do this, make that. And look, I'm a rewind and share some with you. The people called the Bushman tribe, people called the Senegalese, Sentinelese Islands, all these people, they are a fucking sovereign group of people in their own sovereign lands, in their own sort of world, man. They free to create their own heaven where they at. Now, these folks ain't got cars, electricity, roads, none of that shit. They got the basic things they need: land, food, and motherfucking freedom. Ain't nobody telling them what to do. So I think we will actually swap off some of that shit that we would. If somebody told you, man, look, we gonna free y'all. We're gonna put your ass back in the jungle. No more highways, subways, and no more MLB, NFL. Your ass finna live like one of these motherfucking tribal people. The average person will say, no, don't do that to me. Man. You see what I'm saying? Because look at how they think. They say, look, when you go to talking like that, they say, but what about my cars, my roads? Who gonna do this and where the lights gonna come? Fuck all that, nigga. I think all that shit later. I think of that shit later once I get, we'll burn motherfucking sticks. God damn it. At first, till we figure it out. God damn it.
I was saying, bro, Sanchez, because a lot of people ain't gonna get that shit up. A lot of people gonna.
Nah, they not.
You know what I mean? They gonna want their life. So that's why I said that in the beginning when bro was talking about not using the money and shit. So that's the point I was trying to get at, man. A lot of people not gonna get that shit up.
I agree with that. There's a lot of the within our own families and close friends. There's gonna be plenty of people that gonna look at you and be like, "Bro, I ain't with that. You could go ahead, but I'm gonna go to work."
Because people can't even
let their ass go. Yeah, I guess let me show you how
what we supposed to do with Nana though. In the meantime, you can't just take Nana to the woods, man. Come on.
What you talking about? What do you mean?
She gonna survive better than.
Talking about grandma?
She probably used to that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, matter of fact, if you take Nana to the woods, she gonna start healing. That's what Sebi Village was.
Right.
They're gonna teach your ass how to grow that food that you don't know how to grow. That's what Nana.
Right. She gonna be like, "Boy, go pick up some of that post salad over there off the ground. We can eat that."
Nah, the government gonna grab Nana because she got them nanomites all up in her system.
But how old was Dr. Sebi? That's what made that a mic drop, because he would be 9 age. Yeah, that was
Hey,
fire.
look, bro,
Go ahead, you got
Sanchez,
it,
man,
bro.
I wanted to ask you a question if I can. I wanted to know if you knew if this was fake news or not. If you got the third dose, they said you need to go take a HIV test. Do you think? Do you know?
I can't get into that if I want to keep. I've been having to take so many streams down, but yeah, I can't get. My bad, my brother. Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't want. We got so many
my
people
bad.
on. Once we go down that road, I know for a fact I'm gonna have to take this down. It ain't
Yeah,
no
cause
doubt
somebody
about
gonna
it.
say the wrong thing.
It
You
ain't
right.
no doubt about it.
Right.
Yep.
Man, that's man.
You're a domestic terrorist.
But think about it.
Get him! Get
They've been
him!
working on that though. They've been working on that though, man. They even messing with dudes who got like church channels and shit, cause they getting hip and shit. So they been working on that, man. You got to be careful now too, man. Cause I should know that as anybody, but I fall back.
But Sanchez,
as for yeah, Music Messiah, was that you? You got it, bro. Go ahead, man.
Oh no, that wasn't me. But I mean, it's just a matter of time before we turn to cyborgs and androids, yo, with our phones and every wireless device that's hooked into our body, to where if you want to access information, all you have to do is think about it. I mean, that sounds pretty powerful and good to me, you know.
Well, they got glasses like that already. They already got like you could think, or where
yeah,
you
they
know,
bringing all that
like,
out. But
yeah,
see, I'm
I'm
finna bring this what's happening right now. Why I brought up the whole jungle thing. This whole shit that they've been building as far as we call the world based on tech. Our world is literally the shit, the items that we interact with daily. Your world would change if I put your ass in the Himalayan mountains with none that was in your house or nothing. And you just had to start from there. You're a whole nother world. You see, your world is literally everything within your sphere of reality day to day. And what makes our world is all the shit on these shelves in the stoves. This is what separate you from the Dogon, you from the fucking pick me dude in the jungle or something. Everything that makes up his world is shit he made with his hand, a spear that he sharpened himself, a slingshot that his daddy made and that he made, his shit like that, you know, jewelry that his grandma made out of bones or maybe some shit. So I'm just showing you an example. So look, the thing is this. What's happening on Earth right now is the universe we've been living in has been like my hands is showing you like this. But what's happening is it's splitting. Now, the people that's going over here is going into the new world of technology, and it's only going to get more and more complex and advanced to the point where life as you know it will be so fucking complicated. It will be a task just to get from one. It's going to be very weird. Like, check the movie Equilibrium out. That's where you headed over here. Then on this side, you got people saying, I don't like where the world going. I'm going off grid. And when you see off grid, that's basically saying, well, I forfeit technology now. I got to go back to fucking making fire the whole way, growing shit, living. We got to start where we left off at because you can't cheat nature. Everybody's saying we going off grid. You going back to where we was 10,000 years ago in the lifestyle that we was living, a sort of green way that we, like we said, we still see a lot of people still living like that. You're going back to be like these pick-me people, like these Bushman people. That's what we doing. We've been pampered with Walmart, Kmart, McDonald's, roads, highways, all of that. But in order for you to live in this kind of world in the future, you can't even be a human. They getting rid of the human in the smart world and replacing it with a smart human, aka superhuman. And we already went into that. So if that ain't where you trying to go, and that's what the war is on Earth right now, the ability to allow them to terraform you from the inside out, which is why we can't even talk about the slaps. My brother just tried to bring it up. We can't even talk about it. And if you think about it, it ought to be something they encourage you to talk about if they said we need to educate ourselves on it and talk about it and have discussions about it so it wouldn't be so alienated. We see the double language. What's really going on is this right here. Everybody know that there's a cabal on earth and going against our constitutional rights and enforcing your ass to get down and lay down with this new world order agenda, which is what I just said, to terraform you. Transmutation is happening right now. And I'm telling you, everybody that's not going to transform themselves to the type of creature, because I'm using my words wisely, type of creature that they trying to have by 2050, then you on your own. Everybody that's going off grid, the challenges are going to be the fact that a lot of the things they're doing in the smart cities is going to be polluting the natural lands. That's going to be a war on earth. They spoke about it. It's called a war of Armageddon. And what's going to happen with heaven versus hell is basically technology versus primitive people. The last phases of the Inquisitions that were started by Alexander, the Ptolemies, and all them are being carried out on earth, y'all. They didn't colonize the whole earth. I just told you there's several people on earth still maintaining those old systems. And those are going to be under attack as we move forward. And my thing is, the people that's going off grid just can't run from this battle of Armageddon. I don't know what's going to be the fate of the people who don't want to go along with the New World Order, but I know that the Bible said that if you don't accept the mark of the beast and go along with this whole system that they're going to have on the earth, then it's going to be torturous for you. It's going to be grueling, tedious, and then a death at the end of it. Now, I said as a Christian, when I believed in the Bible, I don't really believe in it now. I decipher it because they telling you what they planning, but they bringing it off as prophecy. When I was a Christian and I read that scripture, I said to myself, I'd be willing to be tortured. I'd be willing to die and all that for I accept the mark of the beast and go with that system. But now that I know better about the Bible, I see what it means. I'd be willing to wither away in the jungle with primitive technology and back to the way that my ancestors done it, even with my lack of survival skills that they had in the jungle. I was in the military. I'd be all right. My thing is this right here. I'm willing to get the same thing. I'm willing to, that's where we at now. So if my fate, if the end of my life ain't a happy ending because I made the right decisions, I'm cool with that. And that's what y'all gotta think. Like if I make the right decisions and it end up my fate on some Jesus Christ shit for it, then so that's why because a lot of people thinking like scary and shit. Like they don't really want to go with this new system, but they thinking, well, how I'ma, live out here, how I'ma be. We ain't, what I'm saying? Fuck all that. I'll wither away like a homeless man. The dude, if I have to, it's about making the right choice now, man, for real. Cause fear gonna lead a lot of people to hand their souls over coming up shortly.
Only 144,000 gonna be.
That's real talk.
Sanchez, I got a question. So the Georgia Guidestones, my question was this, I thought about the stones that say it's supposed to get the population down to about 500 million people or so. Wouldn't that mean that basically they already know who those 500 people are that they want to keep? Wouldn't you think that they want to have here? Like if they know the number, then they know the people. Assumingly, they know who they want here. You get what I'm saying?
Let me show you how deep it's gonna get, man. The technology that they spending money to bring forth, it's to be able to copy and paste human consciousness. There will be no such thing as the real version of any being in the near future. You'll exist in an altered state. Now, the movie Altered Carbon actually go into this now that I say that word, but check it out. They're turning us into synthetic humans. What I mean by that is, look, they got a set number of population of humans that they gonna have in their new kingdom on earth. These gonna be holographic avatars that can't die. Let's say it's 144,000. Those are gonna be perfectly selected minds that they've edited and all that with this technology they got. For example, they can say, you know what? We like brother Sanchez. That nigga funny. He got a personality, but damn, man, he on a great mother team. I wish he was on our team. You know, they got the technology because they got my DNA. They got the technology to copy my consciousness and make them a version of me that's on their side. That's where we going. They can copy you. They can make, just say you good. The military got certain people that's experts at certain shit, and you can't really get nobody else for it. If that person trade and get with your enemies, that's a threat to you. They can copy your ass now. Once you get if you're a certain level of expertise, that's what I'm saying. They can, with the power they got to just copy consciousness in the near future, they don't need humans no more. That's what made.
So you saying,
yeah.
My fault. So you saying they could copy you, and then your copy could come and kill you, and then it just be a copy in existence. Dang, that'd be fucked up.
Didn't they make a movie kind of like that?
In the end, there could only be one.
Man,
Yeah,
peace to the panel, man. What's going on, y'all?
all you really need is the characters to make the video game. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Once you make the characters,
Everything they need to duplicate you, they already have. When you left the hospital and left your placenta with that umbilical cord and all that
you muted yourself
inside of it, it's over with. You left everything they need and record. They know everything about you. What's inside your DNA? What blood type you gonna be? Everything. Don't nobody ask for their placenta. And if you do, they gonna give you hell to try to get that.
Here go what y'all need to, and I'm gonna let the sister.
I got a question for Bro Sanchez too.
I got you. I want the sister to get in too. But here's some y'all gotta write down and zoom in to: the power to edit conscious. So I can copy Brother Sanchez's consciousness, make a synthetic avatar of him, and take out everything that I don't like about him and put in everything I do like about him in my version of him. Yeah, y'all go ahead. Editing consciousness. That's where we going. I think that's something real. Yeah.
So,
y'all go ahead.
So the question.
Here's a quick fun fact, Bro Sanchez. The only
I got a question when you get done.
Well, the only people that cannot be duplicated or cloned are supposedly Rh negative people. Now, I can't confirm that, but according to science, they are the only people that cannot be cloned. An Rh negative person with that blood type, they can't be cloned or duplicated. There's something about their DNA strand.
Man, bro,
that's
they
a
been
little different from duplicating your consciousness, though. You talking about duplicating your consciousness, not your body.
Right.
Talking about taking your
DNA.
characteristics, taking your
consciousness is within your DNA.
Your life source. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, what he's saying is not to be confused with cloning, because it's not the same thing.
No, it's
Cloning
not.
is-
It's not. What this is this. Your whole paradigm and thought pattern from day to night every day is you. That's it. And all that is just a series of data on a screen, man. Your mind is
encoded in your DNA.
We ain't gotta even go that deep with it. Just I'm trying to simplify. Check it out, right? Your mind is literally an algorithm. Now, sometime when you grow up and you live at a certain point, you edit the algorithm and you pick up new things and throw away old ones and shit like that. But your way of living is a behavior pattern that you're currently in, but that pattern can change. That's all based on your mental paradigm. That can be extracted without you. In other words, we got the technology to look at your brain. We can map out your neural network and tell you every decision you're gonna make tomorrow, nigga, and you're gonna make it. You're gonna make it. So the ability to predict people's behavior is gonna be possible in the near future. The ability to tell you what, shit like that. The computers are damn near doing it now, but yeah, go ahead.
Hey,
But
look,
here's
like
I
I
just
don't
wanted to
even
put in
need your
there.
look. They don't even need your body, bro. Right? They could get somebody else's body and put your characteristics in it because it's just
Exactly.
recording it. That
Exactly.
look, yeah. So it ain't about no
yeah,
cloning.
that's
Yeah,
the
if you guys watch the movie Selfless with Ryan Reynolds, they show you how like billionaires cheat death by transferring consciousness, and that's something that they're gonna have
Yeah,
mainstream
I
very
know.
soon.
That's why I said there's people on this earth that I think are old as demons that's in these bodies,
Facts.
man. Yeah.
right. Like
Facts.
I'm
this
with
is
you
why
on that.
this is why they mummified bodies for this DNA abstract as it sink into the gauze. It wasn't to preserve the skin. Now listen, now the whole thing about this is there's so many of yous right now. They already did the physicals. You done saw yourself before and you know, like, man, that's me. Our face a little different, but that's me. So they've been tampering with the DNA. What bro's saying is now they're going to be able to just take the straight thought and process the soul of the spirit and put it in anything they want to put it into. It might not even have to be a human. It can be a bird, for Christ's sakes. And once they're able to do that, then that means you can never die. Only your flesh can, and you can still
Well, look.
monitor your conscience.
Yeah,
Go
they said in the future
ahead.
when a child want to learn about insects or animals, learning gonna change in the future. Instead of you teaching a child about an eagle and how it fly, the child can be an eagle for a day. The child can upload into an eagle's avatar and that's gonna, so learning in the near future is gonna be an experience within the metaverse, within the, you see what I'm saying? So when you talk about shape-shifting culture, we're literally going into you being able to transport consciousness into anything. Now, the scary thing about that is I used to watch cartoons coming up, right? And the same people that's creating this technology, they show you how they think in their artwork. And these are your wizards and Merlin magicians with they wand. And you know what they always would do? If you make them mad, they'll point their wand at you and they'll turn you into a frog or they'll turn you to a fucking roach. I'm just thinking in my head with the ability to transport consciousness into anything, these wizards, don't piss them off. Because check it out. Just say you got this holographic body that your consciousness living in and you make Microsoft mad. You gonna wake up tomorrow fucking cow. Like, hold up, man, I'm a cow, man. You messed my hologram up. Yeah, we gonna keep your ass a cow for a year because you said the wrong thing, about, and you keep on talking, we gonna make you a maggot. We gonna put your consciousness in a fucking fly and let you see what it feel like to land on shit. I'm just giving y'all letting y'all think how
It makes
punishments
sense,
can
though.
be with this kind of stuff. How this can now can be used. All technology can be used for punishment too. What same thing make you laugh, make you cry, they say. But yeah, go ahead.
But yeah,
Well,
Right.
Bro Sanchez, yo,
yeah, go ahead.
what about if they okay, don't they still need humans though? Like how, you know what I mean? Like how you gonna be able to procreate to
Let me
even
show
want
let me show
like
you
if you
something. Why would you want? That's what I'm telling you. These people have launched a war against procreation. That's something that they don't want. Procreation can't be controlled, and these are control freaks. Procreation means everybody just being fruitful, and we don't know how many babies we gonna pop up next year. And no, they got to be able to control the populations. They're gonna in the near future ain't gonna be no more procreating and having sex and making babies and all that. They're gonna be copying and pasting sense. They're gonna be 3D printing skins, and it's gonna be
right.
crazy. It ain't gonna be the same kind of procreation that we got here. They're gonna be manufacturing these beings in the future, and which is a more controlled way of doing it.
And they already got niggas
promoting semen retention and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So you already see where it's going. You feel me?
I gotta ask Bro Sanchez this question, right? Peace to the panel. So listen, so I've been hearing everything y'all been saying, and I know Bro Sanchez, you always tell us about nature. You know, I guess us just going back to nature and stuff like that. But isn't it in our nature, like far as in like how mankind is acting, the technology they coming out with, isn't this like a part of our nature to basically be destructive, or like the things
Well,
that we in here talking about?
well, the concept of our nature is some new shit that these people introduce, but there's no such thing as our nature. It's my nature, your nature, her nature, his nature, and the one down the street nature. And Jeffrey Dahmer had his own nature. And so this is my nature, and I'm gonna show you some. See, what's natural for me ain't natural for you. Let me share some with you real quick. The people in power, it's in their nature to do what they doing. See what I'm saying? If it was in our nature, we wouldn't be complaining
Right.
about it so much. We wouldn't be pushing back on it so much and all that. So I think they try to make it our nature to be evil and to do all this shit when it's really they nature and all you on your own with that one. But they always have tried to make it, hey man, it's our nature to, kill. Instead, no, that's your nature, bro. It's just human, but
So
no, bro, that's what they do though. But yeah, go ahead.
It's
so
learned
I was going
behavior.
so I'm gonna say this. You remember when you said you was like nature isn't biased? Like fire will burn anything. It'll burn a child. It'll
It,
burn. It don't matter. So
yeah, uh-huh.
uh, so
No,
I
you
was
got
saying
it.
like if it's in our nature to create these horrific things or create beautiful things, then it's like it's just you get what I'm trying to say. Like I get what
I,
you
I,
say.
I,
I
I,
actually like
I,
how you broke that down.
yeah, I think there's something that's inevitable, but I don't think they in our nature. So, for example, if man want to explore what's under the ground, he gonna make a hole, and that's dangerous. A child can fall in that hole. I'm just giving a
Right.
simple example. But was that evil? Was that in man natures to kill a child? It was just in man nature to be curious. Now the people in power are curious in a level where they don't actually produce a cure, which is the root word of curious. Our ancestors' curiosity led them to shit like plants that would heal you. They said, I wonder what that plant would do. Can it do? Their curiosity was healthy. It led them wondering about healthy shit that could help you because it's based on intent. But if you got evil intent, you're going to wonder, how can I rule that motherfucker over there? This the kind of curiosity you going to have. How can I build something to trap this bitch right here walking by?
Right.
How can you see? You're curious about this kind of stuff here, and so that's kind of where you are, where we at with it. Yeah, go ahead. Man gonna wander, and wandering is traveling. And where we wander is where time lead us with what we create as far as technology goes. So in our mind, we wander, we're curious, man. And you got to be careful what our intent is as we wander, because we'll start to bring shit out of the dark that's hideous, that's monstrous. Bombs, guns, AKs, grenades, drones, all kind, because man has wandered into oblivion. He has not tamed his curiosity like the ancestors.
Right, man. Hey, we under learned behavior. That's why I won't try to tell people. They think that, like you said, you just broke that shit down and people don't look at it like that. Like, that's why it's a kickback with it. That's why I don't go with your health. You know what I'm saying? That's why the most shit they do, you get sick and shit like that, man. Because exactly what you said, it further proves your point. We underlearn behavior, and that's what bring me to the question of who are they and what are they turning us into? While everybody else thinking this shit natural, but our fault back.
I'm gonna fall back to and let some other people get in who haven't been building. Salutes to the panel.
About to say I'm gonna hop right on in if anybody else jump in. All right.
Oh yeah.
But yes, sir. I'm probably mispronouncing this, but the Yuga Vedas, the people that over there in India, Himalaya area, when you mentioned the Himalayas, um, the people that talk about the 9 avatars and the different stages of frequency vibration we go through as a whole being before we get to decide if we want to be part of the creation process or part of the created. Because it's almost like you can be the creator or you can be the creation, and eventually we get to decide which one we want to be according to like everything I've researched pretty much from all the religions. There's an end goal understanding of all the levels that we go through on the mental, on the metaphysical and the physical. And then eventually we're judged, understood, and then we have a decision to make. All our decisions matter. Nothing happens to us without us being a part of that. So whatever situation you're in, you have the most to do with that situation, whether it be positive or negative, because you're a part of it. And so the thought matrix that the Yuga Vedas was talking about was, and that's loud. I'm outside. I'm sorry. But hold on, I'm gonna pause up real quick because I know that's probably loud.
No, you good.
Oh, I'm
We
good.
can
All right.
hear
Okay.
it, but it ain't that.
It ain't
Yeah.
that loud. All right. Cool. All right. Oh, they were talking about that there's an area after that we're always in where thought is the reason for the actual matter form of reality that happens. And that starts, they believe that it started up out of the earth and it rose out. And so all the temples, all of everything is literally a formation. Like when we talked about cymatics,
You
it's
hold
the
up, wait a
natural
minute. You said they believe it start what and go out? My
out of
bad.
the earth, out of the earth from the core. It didn't come from outer space. That the actual creation, like the so-called
Okay.
"let there be light," the so-called sound that created the light, the speaking, the vibration that created the physical light source that then created the matter. That sound came up out of the earth first, and that's why we have temples in certain areas on the earth, the ley lines or whatever, right? And they're shaped just like in the cymatic experiments. They're shaped in certain frequencies, and these our ancestors built out of certain materials or overlay, pretty much tracing the organic sound coming out of our organic Mother Earth, right? And so that's just from my research doing that culture, right? What they talk about. But going back to what we were talking about, and then I'm gonna cut it off. The thought matrix begets our actions and our matter. And so our actual imagination, what we're being fed in this realm, what we see, the movies, our interactions with each other, society, all that goes back into a storage thought matrix that then bursts another reality from that source. So that's why all of the so-called prophets throughout time have always pushed the positive energy and not the negative, because they knew that it was a continuous cycle of energy that starts with you, like the understanding and the thought, then the sound, then the physical matter, things that move around, all vibration. But yeah, shout out to the panel.
Hey, Jason said he can tell us, Jason on the panel, he said he can tell us how our brain can duplicate ourselves now and today, man. I wonder if that's why he came up here, man. What's up with Jason, man? You feeling
Salutes.
good?
Good, man.
Salutes to Jason. To the young brother Jason. I just let a whole bunch of folks on, guys. So let them get it in. Starting with the young brother Jason. Salutes to him. Give him the floor.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So, question to to anyone who knows this: Did you know that the spiritual parts of us have more than 3 things? Spirit, body, spirit, and soul.
Yeah,
Just a
go
quick
ahead.
question.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. There's one thing that is even lower than the soul, which I've just researched on. I've been doing countless research on it. I made sure to test it on my computer to make sure that it was valid and it followed the same function, and it worked.
Out a little bit.
So I'm bugging out.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah, it was cutting out a little
No,
bit.
board game. Keep going.
All right. So check this out, right? Just to explain it. Okay. So there's something that is smaller than the soul, but it does not have an awareness. But it is our necessarily starting point. That is called the function. So let me just explain what the function is basically. The function lives in something called null space. Now, I mentioned this before and also did a presentation on this on Sister Soul's channel. Now, the function basically lives in a space called null space. Null space has absolutely nothing in it. Nothing exists in it. Not even a function is considered existing because one, it does not have self-awareness. Two, it can only move in a specific direction, but it only moves in directions of expansion. So let me pull out the function for null space. You have A, B, A, C, A right there. And at the bottom, you have B. Well, I'm sorry, I messed that up. You have A again, actually. A, B, C, A. What does this tell us? Basically, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 3 times 6 equals 18. So this can only move in 6 directions with 3 common patterns. Up, diagonal up, right, diagonal down, down, diagonal down, and left. However, this singular function does not move. It expands, like I said. Its expansion is simply depicted on its current functions. Now, we don't know why this is, but it follows that function because of something else. It's drawing from another point in which we cannot see, which is in the brink of null space. Of course, there's something beyond null space, but that is projected by the function. By expansion, it houses itself in something called the soul. I'm gonna just draw that or something like that. So by doing that, it houses something called the soul. Since it continues this expanding ray, at this point, as it continues to expand, it now gains a will, because expansion leads to the progress of multiple things. Now, a function can take any shape. It takes any dimension. However, the farther it expands, the slower the dimensions become. So even though that our soul is taking on a dimension, we can see it slightly better, but we see it in ripple effects. You can't see a function because it's taking on so many, it's taking on so many dimensional factors that you can only reduce it as a singular point, you see. So by doing this, it enacts a will, and that is the spiritual essence, because a spirit is something that acts. It projects or channels energy. And by doing this, it houses itself in that. And of course, the body. Now, here's the interesting thing about the function. I'm going to erase
Hey guys, he breaking down the science of the energy that powers us. Like that whole, I'm looking at this whole circle as your aura around your body being projected out from the point, which is the heart. You got it. That's what. Am I spot on, right, Jason? I don't know.
Yeah, you're spot on.
Yeah,
See, this thing right here.
That's the macro.
Yeah, here's the thing. Nothing spiritual about you moves. It expands. Right. It doesn't have to move.
And what he's saying is what I was teaching y'all yesterday. You're an explosion. You the bomb. The only motion is the energy going away from the center, which means the power that's going away from the grenade, the fire around a grenade. That's literally the energy, the firepower that's fueling us right now. That's not really moving in in any one direction. That's the infinite part of us that's moving in all directions from the center outward in a 360 motion like an explosion.
Mhm.
And that's what he's breaking
And
down.
the
Yeah.
reason and the reason why our bodies, as we say, go in directions, they're really not. They're in our spiritual essence is something that enacts our body to expand or reach out or interact with other things. So by doing that, you're technically moving in that direction, but not at the same time. Your function does not move, your soul does not move, your spiritual essence does not move, but your body does. Now it can only move left, right, up, or down. Notice how the function gets more simpler the more it expands out. The same applies with dimensions. The more things expand out, the slower and more perceptive they become. Now here's the thing about this science. Let me erase this now. I'm sure everyone recognizes this concept. Ripple effect. Here's the thing though, sadly to admit, now this isn't wrong. However, in flat earth terms, we're picturing the landscape the wrong way. Ancient Mayan cosmology did not actually see the earth in this way, but they did not see the earth in the spherical way either. See, this was not specifically, it was a map, but it was a device. Our earth or our planet, our generative systems, it does not just house one, but multiple functions. Right here. Here's a prime example of it. All expanding outward. But don't picture these as worlds. Picture these functions. It is by understanding that function that you truly get to understand what it's actually doing by expanding. Our world does not follow this. See, these are different multiple worlds, but they interact with each other like a network because the function is expanding, allowing them to interconnect with each other. So these aren't other worlds that exist outside of the ice wall necessarily, but we're putting them together so we can link them and make it easier to get there. Not by traveling or transporting our consciousness there, but expanding it. And by expanding our consciousness and everything else about it, we can already enter this space without moving. You don't have to use energy in order to get from one place to another. Expansion does not require energy. Your function is to expand. So the only way to expand with energy, though, in a physical light,
Hit the like and
is to
share,
have a
man.
series of chain reactions. Our most basic function is the FFF rule. This is mainly known in biology. It stands for fight, food, and you can probably guess the other one. You can probably guess the other one if you look right there, but that is the basic rule. Basically, we basically fight each other, we look for food, and we mate with each other necessarily. But that's just a basic function. By understanding the expansion rule, you have to go to a singular point by understanding what the function is. Now, exactly how does a function create a world if it needs a body to live in it? Here's the thing. This is how this works. I'm going to draw this again. Oh, I think I drew it the wrong way. Hold on. Let me see. Up, diagonal, right, diagonal, down, diagonal, left. You've got the soul. Then you've got the spirit. Then you've got, now at this point, a function can't generate a body for itself if there's no world to live in. So it needs to expand a world by using multiple dimensions and shapes. It traps each form it takes at one point. This is how you get trees, grass, rocks, all these different things. The function has taken shapes of already, but it's doing it all at one time. The expansion rule does not necessarily generate everything at the same time, but it puts things in place at one time. Now, the way we can generate and expand something at the same time is by having it already expanded, or by blocking it off from anything else. That way it can only expand in this area. And as known in math, length plus width plus height equals area. So this is your area. Then you've got the vibratorial system, where everything is generated. This is how the minds developed it, right here. They studied the function, and they realized how to create a device linking all of the functions together into one singular point. And by this, they were able to. Go ahead.
This is interesting. Can you explain what the functions are?
The function is your smallest point. It's smaller than the soul. The function is something that does not have an awareness, but it follows a function. That's why it's called the function. The function follows the expansion rule. And by expanding, it goes through a process that creates self-awareness, because what it wants to do is expand. So its function turns into a need. Well, not necessarily want, but a need. I meant to say need. Its expansion turns into a need, and its need turns into a will, that will becoming the spiritual essence. And by having that will, what's it to will to do? Have a body. It wants to interact and expand, so it needs to create a body for itself. So now you have the function, the soul, the spirit, and now the body. Only the body being our plane of existence. But here's the thing. You are a function as well, but why aren't you a world then? Because you came from a singular function. You've taken a shape of which the function has already taken, but you are only one singular shape. That's why everyone else looks different, but they all follow the same function. Now, not saying that you are only just a function, that you don't have your own will. You have a will. You're just reenacting a will that the function has already reenacted. But this is your limiting factor. What minds learned how to do was to be able to pinpoint other functions generating other worlds. So instead of having one world like this, let me show you something. Function has its own world. Let's say a function has a bigger world, or this function has a humongous world. Put all these together, what do you get? By creating this device, by linking them all together, you have a linked system now. So now you can see all of their worlds at the exact same time. This is how ripple effects works, but it's a simpler form of it. But ripple effects follow the expansion rule. Ripple effects is showing what your function is doing right now, because the ripple effect itself follows a function. But in technology, we call that a program. It's a program to do that. Null space is where you build this reality. Null space is like the blueprint. You can generate anything you want there because you're following the expansion rule. Now, each function does follow the expansion rule, but it has a different process that it follows during that expansion rule. Not every single function is the same because a function has an individuality system as well. Not only does it follow a specific function, but it has an individuality system. It follows its own protocols once it reaches the spiritual state, or I'm sorry, the spirit state, once it ascends from the soul state. So even you have layers within your own consciousness. But these aren't worlds, people. This is just the linking of other worlds. Our Earth may be right here, but it's not attached to these other worlds. The Mayans created a device so that we could expand our consciousness to these other worlds. We never moved. The Earth has never expanded. It's only been generated in one area.
And you know what? You just answered a question when people say, why can't we go to those other lands? And I say you can go, but you got to expand your consciousness. You got to go via the mind. This ain't nothing that you get on a boat, a plane, and like they trying to get the rockets and do all this. What you find out is what the Mayans said, to get to these other places, you be still. You go, this is going into the different layers of the consciousness. Yeah, that's multiverse, yeah.
Yeah. So what you showed, Sanchez, was not how the worlds looked. It was a device on how to get to worlds separate from one another. You showed a device that they built.
Now check this out, right? Now here's what's gonna tie it all together, young Jason. The device that they built, they only built it because they knew the device that we live within. In other words, time travel is possible because we're in a time machine, but we're calling it Earth. This whole system, yeah, that's what I said. Like the Mayan universe with all the counts and wheels on it. I really think that what connects these worlds though is what you said earlier. The different layers of us is connected to each one. Just like there's a version of us that's bounding us to this particular dimension. But what I was saying to you is that the device that they built is based upon the entire construct that we're within. It's reverse engineering is what I was saying. They wouldn't know what to build if they didn't understand how the Earth mechanisms operated.
They looked at the spiritual side of it. They focused on the physical things and what shapes they took. They just had to understand that the shapes that they took were all generated in an area. That's why I brought up the area equation and the area model. Now, them being generated, however, or constructed, they were all constructed at the same time, but they were limited to one factor. The Mayans were already aware that there was an expanding factor because nature and ripple effects showed that. They just had to find out, okay, our Earth only exists in one area. So why are we getting an expanding factor? They had to relate it to something else. And that's when
the expanded, let me can I answer that for you though real quick?
Go ahead.
I wanna build with you on this one because you asking a good question that I recently explained. Let me pull this up real quick. So our universe is constantly expanding, and we say, how can we have expansion within a confined area? I think it's the question. We can sum it up. Would that be am I on point with the question? I don't want to answer something that ain't. So
it's not that the area can't expand. It still is expanding. It's just limited to a certain factor. Depending on how the function is expanding is dependent on how the area is expanding. So even though it is limited, it doesn't mean that it can't continuously expand. It's just that as far as what we know right now, it's limited in that one area. We know that other functions that are different from this function have areas that are bigger than ours. What I'm saying is that the Mayans learned how to connect these two together by observing ripple effects or vibrational systems. And then they built a device to be able to allow their consciousness to expand to those things. So your consciousness is already expanding. You just have to link it to what you're trying to expand it to so that you can get there. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was basically saying. They built a device based on that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was just saying,
so,
it's possible in a holographic universe for there to be constant expansion without no one within the simulation detecting it. You know, like for example, I put up an image of Pop Smoke holographic avatar, whatever. You know, they can blow that up to the size of a building if they want to. They can make them big and small. Like if I'm projecting a movie on my wall, I can move that projecting machine back and it'll blow the picture up. Now, if we're inside of that movie, we won't know that our universe just expanded. We'll keep talking, walk, because it's light based. That's kind of a concept I wanted to throw out there too. I don't know if that's where you was going, but I think that's something interesting though. Throw in.
yeah,
I'm gonna let y'all. Yeah.
Yeah. So, just to prove this point, I plugged in the same function onto the bot I mentioned earlier with the what was it, the null space equation. So like I'm gonna pull up the null space equation one more time, and then I'm gonna load up the coding process. I'm gonna show you it on my computer so I can actually show you interaction with the bot.
Yeah, and then Jason, we're gonna let some people interject. I want you to kind of be brief for them because you know we do got a couple of people, but we sure appreciate the young genius though.
I'm gonna try to move as fast as I possibly can.
Go ahead, you good.
So let me just pull this up one last time. And in case you're wondering, this continues on, but it has different layers and they all add up to 18. So let me get this running real quick. And while I'm getting this running, this is actually a good opportunity for you guys to actually talk while I'm getting this booted up. So go ahead.
Somebody in the chat room said, "Why does it expand? When you pour the pin on a grenade, it's the same reason that the explosion expands outward the moment that happened. Pulling the pin was the seed or the idea of the universe, starting from a singularity. Think of a point, right? And 360 degrees around that point was the creation of our entire multi-dimensional universe. So from a single point, what grew around that point was a three-dimensional sphere, if you will, and it started to expand outward for infinity. Holographic projection is what you need to think about. Light expanding. So it ain't that what's happening is creation is being emitted like light from a flashlight, and light stays in motion. And so when light stays in motion, so creation is constantly expanding from the realm of that, from that single point. You know what I'm saying? Like the idea of this reality is an expanding thought from a point. Is what I'm trying to explain. I can pull up some slides that'll make this.
Yeah, but I'm gonna tell y'all was interesting, right? Was interesting. Well, I'm gonna tell you what I took from what he was saying. What I took from what he was saying, it seemed like if the creator was was basically the creative of thought, or the creative of existence itself. It's like it's trying to figure itself out. So how would the creator know that it exists if it didn't have a creation to experience itself? So it's like it's interesting just watching him, like even writing on the board right now. It's like we are all part of that source trying to, like he said, expand itself by either these experiences or like what he doing, just trying to figure out whatever this is that we are experiencing. I think that's why it's constantly expanding.
Yeah, so like if you think of a bubble, right? You know how you can have a reflection on a bubble. Let me see if I can pull this up for y'all. Hold on, I'm a screen share real. You know, if you think of this bubble, right? You know how you can have, if you can have you can have like a reflection on a bubble. Now here's the thing. Let's say that what's being reflected on this bubble is on the inside of the bubble. That on the inside of this bubble, there's a dot in the middle. And everything projected on the surface of that bubble is being projected from the middle of that bubble from this little dot. Y'all get what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
I'm following you.
Yeah, so listen, as the bubble expand, the images projected on it will get bigger and bigger. And this became the whole expanding universe kind of theory. But you can only make this possible with light and the whole concept of a holographic universe. You know, they said a kingdom of heaven is made out of pure light. Everything they say about the kingdom of heaven is really true. It is really true about the earth. Really true about the earth.
But a crystal itself is like solid light. You know what I mean? So it could be basically Crystal City.
Yeah, but I'm talking about that, and when you really zoom out, you see that the whole concept of something being solid is an illusion. Like where Morpheus was telling Neo in the Matrix.
Right.
Hey, I got a question for everybody, especially Jason, and because he understands the metaphysics of it. But I got a question for everybody. Maybe it happened to you more when a kid than it did as an adult, but I don't know if you meditate a lot or if you're just that kind of person. It may still happen for you as an adult. Have you ever been walking around people and felt them like that, like a bubble? Like you can feel them. You're not your body.
Energy bubble.
Feel them, yeah, exactly, from far away. And like when you're around a lot of people, you feel like a bubble, like you're squeezing between people. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's right.
I used to feel that a lot as a kid, like all the time. Like that was like my constant feel, like all the time until I experienced trauma. I just thought that was interesting when he was showing all that up, and you happened to talk about bubbles and things because in the Vedic lore, that's actually what we're trying to go back to, is what he was talking about. You go back to that space before the eye, you go back to the self, and that's when you become that energy that emits out. But yeah, go ahead, my bad.
No, I was gonna say back to that nothing is really solid. You know, even like let's say metal, like we'll look at it and call that solid, but really, you know, the electrons are orbiting at such a slow rate that we can't even see it. You know what I mean? So it looks like it's standing still, like it's still. But that's why when you put the, you know, two different kind of metals together, it unorbits them, and that's why you get electricity, because the electrons were orbiting very, very slowly, but now you done unorbited them. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's actually moving, is what I'm saying.
Hey, can everybody in my chat room hit the like and share button for me? Thank y'all. I'm gonna quit asking y'all so much. But yeah, I'm trying to get the people in the building. Yeah, y'all, I don't know what happened to Jason there, but yeah.
Hey, and that whole theory he's really doing is really like the Ogdad. You know what I'm saying? When you talk about, you know, head and Hakit, you know, head and head, and you know, all of those primordial gods, to the point we talking about nothing. You know what I'm saying? The original goddess, her, you know, she was nothingness. You know, you feel me? And out of nothing came everything. So, you know, out of no thing, when he's saying no space, it's really no thing.
My bad. I didn't mean to cut in, but that's what he was talking about though. Like even when even when we get close to that level of trying to figure out and comprehending like how is it possible that there's nothing, yo? Because I can't even wrap my mind around a nothingness that then spawns into a conscious awareness of self, that then spawns into, but yeah, that function is just the frequency level. It's the frequency, it's the original frequency level of the whole. The function is metabolism. Like science, like he was saying, scientists they don't know why cells or like cell or reproduce or why certain singular cells will go and eat other cells. There's already set function already innate in everything down to its microscopic level. But what he was talking about was trip. But I wish he was still here. But yeah,
Yeah,
function is frequency. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's no such thing as nothing.
Me neither. That's why I'm
Yeah,
trying to write. Yeah, exactly. And so when I try to like do research on what was
That's
the
what y'all call
original source,
space
like,
nowadays.
yeah, but see, I like even then it makes no sense because it can't be because you can't get and even science says that matter has no end or beginning. So there's no such thing. Even some of the theories that they teach contradict the other scientific knowledge of physics that they teach later if you put them together. Because, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, nothingness doesn't equate to emptiness. You know, just because there's nothing physically there, there's still boundaries that is holding the
but
everything to take place.
there's no listen. It's like if I take water out, if I pour the water out my cup and somebody say, well, there's nothing physically there, you're saying there's no longer nothing solid in the cup, but now there's something gaseous in it called air. The cup will never be empty. Because the air will fill it when you take the water out. But see, we don't look at the world. Our universe is the same way. What's separating all these worlds is that the worlds above us and worlds below us are made of denser materials or lighter materials. The entire multiverse is governed by the law of density. And there's no such thing as a spirit realm or physical realm. It's just your consciousness transmuting different states of matter. And the world that you're in right now, the matter that make it up is earth, water, wind, and fire. That's an orgy of parents having sex to make this whole creation. They making love. Earth having sex with the air, right? Sky and ground, and water, fire going at it, and this whole thing just a big
Earth, wind, and fire.
Yeah, right. But see, there's a world above this one where water don't exist, fire don't exist, not in the state that it exists here. Fire exists in another state of matter. Water exists in another state of matter. And beneath here, fire and water exist in more denser states. Just like beneath our ocean, there's a whole nother ocean under our ocean. Waters on top of waters. And those waters down there are way more dense, man. So there's probably oceans beneath those that get even denser and denser. So the higher we go up, the less dense, the lower we go, the more dense. And our consciousness is going up and down this ladder into worlds that's above and below, and we're manifesting into the chemical, the chemical family, material family that make them different universes and dimensions.
Right, Brother Sanchez, don't you think that water and fire are one and the same?
See, what I'm telling you is this: everything in creation is one thought. It's one thought that the Creator had. No. But within that,
what I was trying, I didn't mean to cut you off, my bad. But what I was trying to ask was, because I mean, when you look at water will burn you too. In a solid state, you grab a cube of ice.
What I'm talking about when I'm differentiating water from fire, you got to, because you got to explain different states of matter. So, for example,
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So, for example, water is liquid. But yeah, I'm not saying water can't be gas. You can put some fire and turn it into steam. And guess what? Water can be solid. We can turn it into ice. But guess what? Water can be something that's beyond solid, liquid, gas, and all that we don't even know. It's called light. See, solid, liquid, gas, and light are just the four different elements that make this dimension. There are worlds above us that got their own foe, and worlds beneath you that got their own foe. This one just happened to be earth, water, wind, fire. But see, like I said, above and below, earth, water, wind, and fire exist as the same thing, but in different states. Because when water go too high up, it turns into a gas. It can't remain in a liquid state at a certain height in the atmosphere. And once it dropped, and once the gas called water in a gaseous state, when it's a steam as a cloud, when it dropped down at a certain level, it can't remain a gas. It got to turn into a raindrop and become a liquid now. Because there's invisible barriers that separate the states of matter. And once you cross over these barriers, you got to change your state. That's what we do when we die.
Yeah. Hey, and you getting into, I was about to say, you getting into the levels of how certain like nuclear fusion and fission. When the plasma is ejected out of the so-called sun through the arcs, like all of that is a transfer of the chemical compounds that we are going into the gaseous stages. But like you said, out of that darkness, that so-called waters devoid, came the light, because light didn't come first, like you was talking about. Like that comes out of a so-called water substance. But it's crazy how everything links up when we start talking about like
yeah, and bro, and void is the same word as nothing.
Yep. And
bro, do you think that sound could be a state of matter? Sound
Creates matter, sound creates light, sound creates water. Research
have you
that
ever
sound
looked
creates
at it
all
as a
elements.
state of matter?
Your mic low, bro.
Right.
Yes, sound and light are the same states of matter that they call an ether. Yes, both of them are. Sound can make light, and light makes sound. They're like the one and the same. So you definitely right. They are. It is a state of matter. You spot on.
Okay. I was just trying to see what you know. Okay.
Hey, I have to say that's the reason the first name for the sun was Om, O-M, because it's the highest vibration. You feel me? Om is the highest vibration, so it's a sound that they, that the ancestors connected the sun with. They were like, "Whoa,
I think you talking about Polaris, but they mistake it for the sun. But I ain't trying to debate you. I'm just interjecting with that. I think.
No, you're right, because I looked it up last time we debated over there. Yeah, bro, right? It's Polaris.
Right, that's right. Om is Polaris.
The sun in Asia. That's what they would say Om for the sun. But I'm sure other places got other things. You know what I mean? They're gonna reference it different ways.
Bro, Sanchez, I got a quick question. Go ahead.
Yeah, but if it's the highest point, then it has to be Polaris. It has to be.
That's what.
I see what you're saying. I like that. I like that.
When they were saying they was consciously projecting themselves at the highest point. They was consciously projecting themselves at Polaris.
I'm gonna share something with y'all that's real, kind of on some paranormal, if you will, sci-fi type shit. When they talking about they listening in for alien activity with these machines, you know what they don't want to tell you? Each little star in the sky is singing its own song. And they got the technology to zoom in on a star and let you hear what the fuck the sound is making. Now, if they start making that available to everybody, we'll start tapping back into the music of the fucking heavens. They ain't gonna do that. But here's what I'm trying to tell you right now. Every star in the sky is screaming. If you want to know how loud it's screaming, look at how bright it's shining. Polaris is the loudest star in the sky. If you can listen in with your machine to hear what Polaris is saying, you'll be deaf. You'll be deaf. That once you start to see the hear the sound, so the technology that they got, if they listening in to the frequency that Polaris is making, they got to have that shit filtering into it to where it's lowering the amplitude by the time it reach my ear. But if you could directly hear the sound of the heavens, It'll muffle out every sound we could ever make in this physical reality, y'all.
So, Brother
You ain't
Sanchez, let me
lying,
ask
bro.
you this real quick. What I don't hope I ain't trying to change the narrative of the subject, but kind of relates. But did you ever teach that Atlantis was real? Because I thought about that the other day. If we live in how we living, yeah.
Atlantis is just Plato's conception of the flat Earth.
Got it.
Hey, and Polaris ain't the brightest star from what I'm looking at right here. It's definitely Sirius. They're saying Polaris is.
Let me share something with you.
The
It became serious a couple of years ago when around the time when Zionism was adopting the star of Remphan. The brightest star in the sky is not no damn Sirius. That's laughable. But they can teach people that because people don't study the heavens today. They can just go with what these folks saying. Everybody know that if you lost in the ocean, you ain't looking for no damn Sirius. You looking for Polaris and you looking for the North Star is what we been navigating off for years. They even teach today that Polaris ain't the center star no more. Sirius is, when we literally using the same zodiac wheel that the Hindu was using thousands of years ago. So if there was a pole shift, why didn't the fuck we adjust for it? Don't believe these folks, man.
Nah, that's kind of like them TVs, like when the channel go back to the base channel, when you turn in the channel, when it go to the static and it be so bright, like you could barely look at it, and that noise be so crazy with that static.
But Key, he just explained why me and Larry Scranton fell out. They tricked the whole world like it's all about Orion and Sirius, and ain't nobody talking about Polaris no more, which is still the brightest one up there. But when you don't look up and you look down into books, that's when you start falling for the trick. I got a telescope. Hey,
right.
But you don't need one to know that the navigational star that pirates, pilots, everybody been using is Polaris, and it's still that today. There's no pirate at sea saying, let me find Orion.
Facts. Even the three wise
it's
men.
Polaris. They just plagiarized. They just plagiarized.
Yeah, but that's not because of the brightness. That's because of its fixation, how it doesn't move. It's the pole star. That's the only damn reason it's important as far as traveling goes.
Yeah,
it's the loudest,
the
bro.
pole, but listen,
it got the biggest vibration.
The pole star is always known to be the brightest star in the sky for a reason. Just go outside and find it. Now check this out, right? Here's what you got to understand. The pole star is the furthest star away from us, but it looked like it's right above your head if you ever seen it, had the chance to see it if it's visible in your area. So check this out, right? The crazy thing about it is either Sirius got brighter or the pole star got dimmer over time for this to be true.
Shit, with a shift of energy, it might have. but definitely Polaris is the center, man. It's just like how the TV, just like I explained, bro. Like it's the loudest, it's where the most vibration come from. So that's what bring the brightness and the noise, the vibration. You know what I'm saying? That's what the monks was channeling, projecting their consciousness to the center, bro. Like they wasn't just going inside they self, they was going inside the center of the earth at the same time. They was on all levels with this shit. You feel me?
Absolutely. They were trying to connect to the whole that they knew they were before, because it was a time where everybody knew what we were as goddess and goddess, god bodies and goddess bodies, right here on this realm. And then a lot of things happen, no matter what we want to label them, for our comprehension now as we so-called evolved or whatever we came from, right? But we lost track of how we control everything.
Man, they was howling
before it all.
They was howling muscle, man.
Yeah, but that's what I wanted to say.
I want to take a quick minute, guys, and take a break and pay some bills. Salutes to my brother Nat Cone Cole, Jeremy Brown, Nathaniel Hills, And Rodnett Albin said for sharing the geometric codes. Jeremy Brown said, love your work. Don't stop, man. Let's drop a bomb. Appreciate the Cash App donations, brothers and sisters. And to Duntrice Wallace, did I say you? Thank you, my sister Duntrice. Thank y'all for the donations. Salutes to Bobby Payne. Salutes to Becky. Salutes to Hazel. Salutes to Alola. And yeah, man, I just can't. I got to show some love, man. Salutes to y'all. Appreciate it. We're gonna continue to show for y'all though. We got a bunch of people that I just let on. Let's see what they got to say, y'all. Apostle is back, right? Let's get some different perspectives. Let's get Fiasco on 7030. Ant Dog in the house. Y'all want to build, man? Go ahead. Y'all can unmute the sisters on the panel. Y'all know y'all can get it at any time as well.
Hey, I was finna say them ancestors that they keep talking about was high as hell on them mushrooms, man. For real, man. That's what it's boiling down to. Ayahuasca, mushrooms, they was out of there, man.
What's wrong with that?
That ain't no way for you to be thinking just out of nowhere. You know what I mean? Like,
Man, I was day tripping on mushrooms all the way through college, and I
that ain't gonna fit in real reality, man. We can't walk around that goddamn high. We can't be walking around like nowhere near this society. Goddamn, that damn high.
I don't understand what y'all saying right now.
But D, there's nothing wrong with people using certain plants for certain things. It's that once they find out that certain plants allowed you to transfer and traverse the astral plane, then of course they're gonna tap into that more than the other plants. And so, once you find that out and you show other people that, then it's people gonna gravitate to it, because people will always gravitate towards more knowledge than less. And so I don't knock it. That's why I don't knock it.
Yo, me myself, it's not just that though. Yo, let me just say this. Let me just say this, bro. It wasn't them getting high all the time. It was more like a lot of them thought of it like food. It was just normal. You understand? So it wasn't like, to us, it's getting high. And yeah, they say we're abusing it, but that means there is a use for it. You understand? So they were just using it, just like how they use water if they're thirsty.
It's a produce. That's what I'm saying. Like, it was just something that people came across. Like in
we don't gotta to these folks who don't really know about it, you don't gotta justify it to them rookies, man. They don't, because everybody think that it's getting high. I think like you said, folks was just eating. If you went into the jungle and made a salad and you said, damn, this smell good, I'm gonna put this in here today, and you left this motherfucking earth, you would have came back and said, yo, that's a magical salad.
You gotta try this, yo, homie.
Facts.
Try this, yo. I'm gonna fix you one right now.
Yeah. If you eat some of this shit, nigga, you can see other worlds. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a proper order and balance for everything, though. No matter what. It's a proper order and balance for everything.
Well, I think naturally, simply engaging in your natural diet in the jungle, in the forest, would have forced you to accept the fact that you're a multidimensional being. So, for example, if a human didn't know that the mushroom was the culprit while they was going into these other dimensions, they would say, I like the salad, but I'm putting like 15 different plants in it. I need to try each one separately to see which one of these is actually doing this to me. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, we're going to keep thinking it's just the whole salad, because think about it. An ancient person may say, you know what? I think it's the salad. Maybe it's a combination of all that shit we put together and now we leave the earth. They probably figured it out later. Oh, no, it was just the mushroom in it years later. So I'm saying all that to say that you're going to get hungry and you will be scared to eat. Like, man, I got to eat some I don't know what it is. But I'm taking a risk. I'm going to eat a different plant each day. I'm exploring. This might be the damn plant that killed me today. This might be the plant where I discover is a good fucking energy boost. Now, this might be the plant that I find out can get you out your body. But either way it go, me going in my natural environment without no government, Earth naturally would have put us here. That would have been what we would have been doing every day, figuring shit like that out. And that would have been fun to me. And I think our ancestors did that. And I think they were so good at it for so many years that they documented all the plants. They charted all the stars. They charted all that. And everybody born in the world after them can walk through that same jungle and don't have to worry about which plant gonna kill me or which one gonna heal me or which one. See, that's what I'm saying, how the shamans when just what made them spiritual gurus was their knowledge of the plants. That's what I'm trying to teach is that
they were active scientists.
Yeah, man didn't know about his multidimensionality until he started taking these type of things, is what I'm saying.
Hey, bro,
he didn't
Sanchez,
experiment with it like that.
You know, bro, Sanchez, in Chicago, bro, Sanchez, the so-called hypes, you know, or the crackheads or whatever, if they get a hold of a notion that somebody's selling something that killed somebody, that's what they finna go and look for, because
that's crazy. I don't know.
That euphoria in Chicago. If a crackhead dies while you selling your shit, you gonna get flooded with every crackhead in the whole place.
I'm gonna tell you what I think is disrespectful, man. It's a reason I'm cutting you off. I'm trying to save you for one reason. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. It's disrespectful when we talking about mushrooms and ayahuasca and all that to in the same bill to compare that shit with like crack, heroin, shit like that. That let me know you ain't really knowing what we dealing with here.
No. I hear what you're saying, and I agree. You know, it's not in that comparison. I'm not comparing the mushroom to the crack. I'm comparing what you just said, that if you ate some of this and you died, that person was gonna come back talking about that's a mushroom. The same that thought pattern that entity had when it died and came back and realized, like, damn, that mushroom's the one that killed me. That's the same thought pattern that this crack have out there. It ain't got nothing with comparing the two things.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off like that. But yo, that's you know, if you know anybody who actually indulged in any type of shrooms, fungus, or any type of hallucinogen, if somebody was to die off of that, like at all, they will automatically throw that whole batch out, because that's not what their community is about. Now, I understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you.
But that's fantastic. That's phantasmal. It's like, yo, you can't bring like fake Hollywood movies into a real conversation, how people actually use these sacraments, because that's what it really is. It's a sacrament.
And you know what else?
Most people don't even die from it. They die from their actions that they take, you know?
And then again, and another thing too, one more thing, I think that's false too. Like if a crackhead saw that another crackhead hit some shit that killed them, they gonna be like, yo, don't fuck with that shit. That's some bad dope.
I have to disagree with you on that, bro.
That's some bad dope. That's some bad dope, bro.
No, I have to disagree with you on that.
That boy, yeah, maybe that girl, but
you telling me all crackheads trying to commit suicide?
No, they're looking for that survival moment where it takes you to a place that this substance you're about to consume,
you know what,
is gonna take you to a different high.
Listen, that's those very experienced crackheads that's like the crack ain't really doing it for them no more. They finna go to some other shit.
Isn't that what you look for in weed? When you smoke weed, that's what you look for. You don't go buy some bunk. You go buy the best shit out there.
Hold up,
It's
Apostle.
hold up. It's a proven fact.
Hold on. He just
it's
said
a proven fact. When Frank Lucas came out with the Blue Magic, that was 10% pure. When they've been shooting up 1% to 3% pure, in New York, from DC all the way down to Georgia, out to California, Detroit, Frank Lucas Blue Magic was killing people. In 1973, I was on 14th in U Street at 3:30, copping Blue Magic. You know why? because folk were dying from it.
Thank you, brother Apostle. Thank you.
Guess what I said? I said, listen, Apostle. Guess what I said? I said that's those top. Y'all gonna act like it ain't levels to crackhead. Come on now. It ain't gotta be crack, bro, Sanchez. So hold on, we talking about crack, bro. Let me talk for a minute. I'm talking to Apostle. His was crack. Let me talk to him for a minute. This is what I'm telling him. He sought that because he had reached a level to where he needed something stronger and stronger and stronger. People know it's stronger if it's killing motherfuckers. Average crackhead that's just getting on a shit, you know what they was doing when they was buying, I may say heroin addict. I said crack heroin addict. You know what they was doing to it? They was cutting it. Bro, y'all acting like I'm a stranger to this shit. I'm telling you what I know. People where I'm from bought the good dope because they can cut it themselves and stretch it. And guess what? They bought that shit to stretch it. Let me hold on. Now look, the brother Taz compared it to weed. And weed is just something you can't really. When you start comparing chemicals to herbs, you know nothing about drugs and shit. I can't talk to you.
But I'm not comparing.
I'm
comparing the fact that when you go look for your weed, bro.
Hold up, before you say that, I want to know: do you smoke weed?
I am smoking right now, bro, Sanchez.
Now go ahead.
All right. Well, let me rephrase it then. When we go smoke, when we go look for our weed, we go look for that one person that we heard, bro. That brother got that killed.
Let me tell you something.
So fire is gonna put your ass to sleep.
Guess what?
Looking for
now, look. Let me ask you a question. What if I said, bro, this shit right here in my hand, the last nigga that smoked this died, and the one before him died, nigga. This the ultimate shit. Roll up a blunt of it.
Had I graduated,
hold up, y'all messing it up. Hold up, let him go.
Had I graduated to something like that, first of all, we won't kill you. So
come on now with the answer to the question and quit dancing, bro. What you rolled a blunt up?
It's not a blunt. I don't smoke nothing but weed.
Y'all see this? What he doing? He get the point. He just don't want to see. I made a good point though, bro.
But
like, I'm telling you, if Apostle did that with heroin and crack, it ain't gonna never get to that point with no weed, bro. Snoop Dogg ain't never gonna say, nigga, I found the one that finally killed me. This my spirit talking. This ain't the real me.
I hear you. I hear you. But is that highest feeling that you're searching for?
Taz, stop playing. We going out together, nigga. Taz that bitch. We going out together, nigga.
Let me talk to Taz. Hold on. Hey, Taz. Hey. All right. Look, man. Like I said in the beginning, ain't nobody comparing shrooms and marijuana to hard crack and heroin, that dog food, man.
I wasn't either.
Ain't nobody doing that. But it seemed like you was trying to for a second.
No, I was connecting the act of you going to search for that highest shit. Even Bro Sanchez said, if he hit that mushroom right now and he died, he'll come back and look at that shit like,
ain't nobody coming back from that. This is what you just said,
bro.
Nobody coming back from that.
Like this is
That's
crazy,
not what he
man.
said, bro. That's not what Taz, bro. Like you have to understand it's two different things. One is a complete synthetic, bro. It's like it gives you a whole different.
Ain't nobody contesting.
It's not. So
that one's natural and the other one's a synthetic.
No, don't.
Yeah,
nobody,
so we get what you were
though.
trying to say, but it's not that, bro.
No, what the funny thing? No, what's funny was that Taz was like, once you hit that shroom and you died, then you come back and tell everybody. I was like,
that's what Bro Sanchez said.
That's not how that works.
That's what Bro Sanchez said. Roll back the video and check what he said.
What did I say? What I say?
You said that if somebody hit that mushroom and died, he was gonna come back and point at that mushroom and say, "That's a magical mushroom."
No. Stop a minute. Let me correct him because you got to learn to listen, brother. I didn't say that. I said I said in a natural state, people would have walked through the jungle and took risks when they got hungry because they want to know if this plant gonna kill me or heal me. And I said the moment this plant killed you, people would have known, that would have been knowledge. This one right here would kill you, and this one right here would heal you. I don't know how you get something different than that. Like, that was crazy.
It would be other people, not him, that came back from the dead, Taz. It would be
Nah,
other
he
people.
was saying,
what I was saying was that person will be the sacrifice to let the whole village know, hey, he died from that. Don't eat that motherfucker, is what I'm saying.
And really, that wasn't even what you said, Sanchez. You said if a nigga ate the mushroom and left this world and then came back.
That's what he said. He said he got high and came back.
He ain't say nothing about dying. If you ate the
Oh, well,
trip,
no, now that aspect, yeah, no, I took it as when he said left this world, I took it as the motherfucker died from this.
Oh, no, I was talking about.
It's funny to me. It's funny to me.
Well, yeah, that's what it was. My bad, Taz. I was talking about leaving it as far as how the shamans do it, man, going into these alternate universes. So you ain't hip to that, I see.
Well,
like misconstruement.
I'm not gonna sit here and tell you I've tried mushrooms because I've never done. So I mean, I can't.
Me neither.
Right. So I mean, you're right. You're absolutely right. I don't know because I've never tried it.
Yeah, well,
you can bro, the way you be putting your shit together, it be seeming like you done did them, man, because you be representing a lot of the shit that people see and stuff in your your teachings, which is just wild.
Oh, you talking about bro?
I thought he did.
I thought he did too.
You know what?
I thought he did.
People can do this shit sober. People, I mean, it's just tapping into your inner consciousness. It's like just tapping in, observing, looking behind you without turning around. Waking up. You go and exercise. When you wake up, guess what time it is before you look at the clock? Just little things that exercise the brain that produces these type of hormones. But y'all go ahead.
No, that's what's real. That's what the Vedic says. They say that, it's okay to use the mushrooms and that kind of stuff every once in a while, but they're supposed to just be like to show you the path to open that window or to that door. Exactly.
Yeah, it's ceremonial, bro. That's how it's used in most indigenous peoples. It's like it's a ceremony that they use, and that's how they open up and like themselves to like higher powers and stuff like that. You feel me?
Yeah. So what? And since we talking about the mushrooms, man, that's all it is. To the people who curious about it, that's actually places on Earth where they've been using them. See, they made this is what is a class A drug today. All of this stuff we talking about in America, I think it's class A, if I'm not mistaken.
It's low. Yeah, it's low. It's not high like methamphetamine.
Yeah, so
and in some places it's legal now.
So the only place is legal in the Western Hemisphere,
not necessarily
like that.
legal, but decriminalized.
The only place it's legal is in Jamaica right now.
It's different mushrooms, and some are banned higher, like the ayahuasca. I don't think that one is low banned because look, a lot of these mushrooms will make your ass start tapping into. Listen, it's possible to go on one of these trips where you leave your body. You're never leaving your body. You're just entering an alternate version of you that's in an alternate universe. Now, I astral projected before, so I never took a mushroom trip, but a mushroom trip is similar to astral projecting. So that's how I can speak from a standpoint of knowing that there's another side and another me, that I was walking around in another version of my area and all of that. But see, what happened was there was a technique that I used to get my mind out of my body. I never been able to succeed again. How I could succeed again is with the mushroom, which is what a lot of people who was having that problem I had, they found out that the earth gave us tools and that there's certain plants that, hey, you having problems astral projecting, this will get you out your body. Just like if you having problems sleeping, this will help you go to sleep. You got a bad stomach, eat this plant. This plant will help with your stomach. It's a plant that'll help with everything. And what the people in power don't want us to know is that there's plants that's also going to help with our psychological and spiritual health. But they got all of those plants under drugs and mind-alternated substances. So when they done that, the world became mentally fucked taking antidepressants, frustration, low self-esteem, because our proper diet, we will be eating some of these herbs and plants that will aid in the psychological part of us, is what I'm saying.
I will have to disagree with you though that
Mario, real quick. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me go real quick, drop. I will have to disagree with you that astral projecting is nothing like a shrooms trip. Like
well, you can, because I never had a shroom trip, so I was look, let me admit this though. I never had a shroom trip, so I was speaking out of ignorance, you know. So I'll say that. But yeah, go ahead.
I would depend on the dose, bro. If you're taking super high doses, like high doses, yeah, you gonna go to sleep and astral project.
Well, I mean,
and you're gonna be in some other realms that you don't go in and dream.
Like, I don't do shrooms or none of that, but I'm saying it's still a natural thing that's not processed. That's why it's not considered
she
a
just
drug.
said and that make a lot of sense what she said, because if you going to the shaman to go on your trip, part of it is at some point you're gonna go to sleep, and then that's at that point, that's when you going out the body. So it's forcing an astral projection. It's forcing one.
And it depends on the dose. Like if you're taking low doses, it's not gonna do that, right? But if you're taking super high doses, the same shit you tripping on when you see lower doses in this realm, you gonna go to a whole nother fucking realm and be seeing some crazy ass shit. And you might even see the shit here in this realm.
I'm telling you, all you need is 2 grams, nigga, and you eat them 2 grams of mushrooms, and the shit around you while you awake don't start changing. It's not like it's not astral projecting, bro. It has nothing to do with like
that is true.
It's just going like
I used to do them, but I ate mushrooms
8
for like
grams
45 days straight.
You going out this realm.
Bro,
yeah, I ate them for like 45 days.
Really expand out.
You gonna lose your fucking mind off 8 grams of shrooms, my nigga.
That's not everybody. You work it up. It's a tolerance. It's just like bud. It's a tolerance.
No,
it's not like this.
It's like most people can't smoke no 6, blunts back to back when they first smoke. But you know what I'm saying?
It's a different kind of mushrooms. You take a bite of a red flag Eric, that'd be your last bite.
We should get one at a time, man.
Right, here's exactly what it sounds like. It sounds like y'all getting a high, but y'all not separating the abilities y'all can do with the high. So when stuff starts changing around you, that shit ain't really changing reality, but now you gotta tune into that thing that made it change and take it to another world, young man. But see, now you just living off the high like my fish is talking, or whatever is going through your brain. You can actually build a world off of one of them euphorias or euphorias, whatever the fuck the word is called.
Hey, Sir Drop, I feel you. Hey, I feel with Sir Drop. Yeah, I feel everybody. All right, look, psilocybin, right? The psilocybin, it's a blue strip inside the mushrooms that make you trip. You got the skinny brown caps and you got the fat round brown caps. Then you got the Amanita muscarias, which is the mushrooms in the Mario game. That's why I kept putting it on the screen so everybody could see. I just got it. I just came from GameStop. But that's why I'm a little late to the panel. But look, those mushrooms, right, have a blue streak in between it. And y'all remember the cartoon about the blue things that lived inside the mushrooms, right, called the Smurfs? That was for a reason. They were colored blue for a reason. And you remember when Bro Sanchez was talking about the blue brain, the blue beam, the blue everything is the projection of the hologram, right? So it's like, hey, it all ties in. But hey, I want to skip over that real quick. No, wait, I'm gonna skip over that because that's not the point. Look, everybody who's taking shrooms, right, like myself, I only take eighths at a time. Y'all know what an eighth of the, because I'm in a legal state, so I can talk about it, right? An eighth of marijuana, I can just give away marijuana no matter how much it is. We can carry around an ounce here in Richmond, Virginia. Since last July.
Okay, so Virginia is legal?
Yeah, since last July, right? We got our anniversary coming up this July, right? My homie already got his shop. He first of all, he called me stupid. I'm just gonna keep calling him out. But that's my homie. We played football together. I tore his ACL because I made a tackle that somebody swung me into his knee and stuff, blah, 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 right? But yeah, I'm pretty much raised up with him like a brother. But he has his shop. I'm about to get my shop soon. But the key is that the blue streak inside the psilocybin, which is the psilocybin inside that's the part that makes you trip inside mushrooms. It's blue. It's a blue streak when you cut the mushroom open, literally blue. like the Smurfs. But here was what we talking about is the astral plane, what you were talking about, Brother Sanchez, you went way deeper than what a shroom can perform. A shroom makes all the cartoons melt into each other and the world around you melt into each other. But what astral planing is that you go outside of what that melting process, that gyroscopic little kaleidoscope look is, and you see what's singing those shapes into existence. And that's why anybody that trips on DMT, which is the stronger version of this regular mushroom, right? It's the dimethyl tryptamine that's in everybody organically. There's a pool of it frozen in your pineal gland. That's where the seed of God is. And once you crack through that frozen lake, then you tap into the creation that you are, and you can create whatever you want. But hey, going
But
past,
that's what I'm telling you, bro.
yeah,
Hold on.
go ahead,
That's what I'm telling you. With
go ahead.
shrooms, you can tap into the DMT realm with high level
That's
doses
right.
of shrooms. That's what I'm
When you
trying to tell
pass
you.
out off of,
That's
when you
like a
pass out
proven
off of,
fact. Like that's not just my
That's a
personal
high dose
experience.
though.
That's like
The
for
red
real.
flag Gary could get
You
you
get
there
to
on
the
the short
DMT
dose.
realm with high enough
she's
doses.
right though. She's right.
That's a lot of shrooms though, for real.
That's
That's what I'm telling you. That's why I said it's called a heroic dose. Not everybody can handle that shit, and you got to build
I
up a
handle it.
tolerance.
I told you it's an eighth. I told you it's 3.5 grams.
No, that's a normal dose, bro. I'm not saying like that's not a crazy dose. What I'm saying is 3.5 is average, right? That's what you should be taking.
Oh, you
When
strong
I
then.
say 8 grams, 9 grams, 10 grams,
That's double that.
when you blend that up and put it in something to drink and drink that shit, you ain't experiencing the normal shit we normally experience on
That's how
3.5.
I went to
Hey,
school
y'all.
like that. What she
Hey, let
talking
me
about? I day trip
yeah,
like that going to school.
let me just say just real quick, if there's anybody on the panel right now that want to interject and talk about anything other than shrooms, you can do that. I think sometimes people think that that's a problem, but we can skip around, bounce around. I'm just letting y'all know because I think some people join with different reasons, and I just want to let them know that. But y'all go ahead.
All right. Let me conclude the topic on this. Reason why. Hold on, you can't.
Okay,
right
I got
after
you, Apostle.
Apostle, let me say this one thing, Apostle, and you got it right after me, like 10 characters. Reason why I won't do things like shrooms and shit like that, because I don't want to be out of my mind. So cool. When you astral project, you're in your mind. It's not a drug that makes you do it. It's a consciousness. When you take enhancements, now you're out of your mind, so it's not the same teaching. But go ahead, you got it, Apostle.
You said when you taking what?
No, he's right. No,
Enhancements.
what Drop was saying,
Sedatives.
what Drop was saying was astral projection is a natural progression that anybody can do without marijuana, without cocaine, without shrooms, without LSD, without DMT, without anything. You can literally go there every night as a child, but then we're taught against that. And so, like, what he was, but I'm just deep into what he's talking. But yeah, y'all go ahead.
Yeah, I gotta give it to Apostle. We're gonna skip around. Go ahead, Apostle.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you, Sanchez, what is your thoughts about the James Webb and its purpose, or do you not believe in the James Webb?
The James Webb?
Yeah, telescope that they just sent that a million miles away from the Earth.
James Webb Telescope. See, you just put me
It
on.
was launched on the 23rd.
See,
it was launched on the 23rd of December.
Let me see here. Okay, NASA's James Webb. I've seen this before. The agency's successor to the famous launched on a mission to study the earliest stars and peek back further into the universe past than ever before. You want to know my thoughts on it?
Yeah.
Bullshit. It's my thoughts on it.
So this was something that's supposed to launch in 2010. It was supposed to cost $1 billion. It wound up costing $10 billion. And it wound up launching, it's not 2010, but in 2021, December 23rd, on the solstice day, the winter solstice. This is supposed to be able to send and back to the Big Bang. They're supposed to be able to see it. That's how strong this is supposed to be.
Yeah, you understand this is a religion. Anybody that know what they looking at is when first of all, let me just break this down. This cannot, they said this is gonna study the earliest stars to our whole universe. It's gonna go back and take a picture of the very first stars when the Big Bang exploded. You gotta ask yourself, well, yeah, that's a lot of traveling, man. That's a lot of traveling. And to get there and take a perfect picture, not be damaged. Like I said, all of this stuff, the Hubble and all that, is just food science. It's dumb. I wish I can just launch a balloon in the sky and tell everybody, and that's going to tell me everything I need to know about the heavens so you can just trust me. See, before they had stuff like this, they had what's called wise men, like the 3 wise men in the Bible that saw the star of Jesus in the sky. Their God, Jesus, at that time was said to be the origin point of their universe. So back in Babylon, you had 3 wise men that talked about seeing the earliest stars in the sky that created the universe. And I can show you a picture of them carved in a wall looking up at this same. Let me show it to you real quick. I'm finna go real deep with this now. That's why I'm screen sharing. Watch this, y'all. Hold on. Let me pull this. I just did this. This is easy. Watch this. It's crazy that this same star in this picture is exactly what this looked like. It's the 6-pointed star of Yahweh, the star run from over here, what they said. These people have fooled the world like they have the knowledge of the heavens based upon some called technology. Because people will say, well, where your telescope at? But back in the day, before they had Hubble telescope and all that, people would say, well, Brother Sanchez, where your God at? Because them 3 wise men got a God that's able to allow them to interpret the heavens. You ain't got where your God at. But today, it's like where your guide at. What's guiding you to be able to say that information? Because if you don't tell us, that's blasphemy. That's heresy. The only people that's qualified to talk like that in a medieval setting are our scribes and Pharisees and Sadducees. A regular peasant talking like that will put them to death. That's no different than a person. See, that's what I'm saying. If I come out now saying, I know the knowledge of the earth and the heavens, y'all, and it's flat earth, what the ancestors said, guess what they doing? I just read a law to you what they trying to pass to say that's terrorism now. It's the ancient medieval church and inquisition still in power, silencing the old truth, saying, look here, man, that's against science. That's it's anti-religious. We're in a fucking theocracy. The whole world is in a religious belief system and they calling it government. They under the scribes and Pharisees and Sadducees who bear the star of Lucifer and Remphan, who proclaim to know the knowledge of the heavens, but they know not. And they wear the symbol of the serpent, calling themselves NASA, which means to deceive in Hebrew. So if you look at what they doing, they launching up a giant hypnotic trick. It's a placebo effect. Once the people see this ritual, which is the Masonic square and compass in between the 2 fucking pillows and is seated on top. Man, all of this is symbolism, y'all. They're gonna launch this huge fucking tetragrammaton in the sky and you ain't gonna be able to tell folks they don't know what they talking about. Just like the wise men. But back in the day, before they was launching that shit up there, they was saying, look, these men connected to the stars. What connected them? That this God that we got. Look, today we say how they know so much about the heavens, man. Oh, well, look, this God that they got called technology. Look, this symbol that they saying giving them the power to have all this knowledge of the heavens is a symbol of their God, y'all. We're in a fucking religion. This is a theocracy.
Mm-hmm. Well, for that, I will.
May I also interject?
I will give me another shot because I got one more question.
Yeah, you got it. Good question.
Why is Donald Trump talking about a force,
Space Force.
A space force.
Because
who's he planning on fighting in outer space?
It ain't out, no, it's not outer space. I'm gonna show you something. Here's what the space force is about. It ain't about outer space. It's about cyberspace. Here's what I'm gonna show you here. Check. Here go the guide stones to go by. I'm finna go deep. See, I like his question. Just why I wanted him to get in. Watch this, right? By 2045, the human consciousness will be living in the metaverse. And you need a whole virtual police force, like in that movie, once we start living in these little avatar bodies. Because if you're a fucking computer hacker, you can hack somebody else's avatar. You can be two people. You can literally take over their soul. Like, they got to make it regulate this new technology, y'all, because they ain't the only ones that can harness souls. You got some nerds and shit that know that can infiltrate these systems. That's when your Space Force gonna come in. See, you're gonna need people that's gonna put Neuralink on and go inside the metaverse to capture people that's uploading these quantum computers, causing uproars and ruckus in these cyberspaces. That when we start uploading different, you're gonna need to police this shit too, the cloud space. You know what I'm saying? That's what Space Force gonna be.
Absolutely, bro. And Neuralink is literally implanted. I've been looking up for like the last 45 minutes. I've been trying to find a part of the brain that the Neuralink touches into, but it's the part, I remember it's the part that controls memory and imagination. And that's why I keep bringing that up. And y'all organically keep bringing that up. And it's like, that's yeah, you go, bro. My bad. Yeah.
No, I was saying, thanks for Apostle for these 5 questions. Go ahead, man. I gotta give him props. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Because it's sparking other levels to this build. But that's so trippy because those are the parts of the actual brain that they're trying to control and manipulate. That's exactly where they're dropping that little tentacle that.
Oh man, he cut out.
Of gold covered in
to build on what
of course
Apostle was saying.
crystalline circuit boards, right? And when we were talking about the circuitry in a crystalline form, crystal quartz specifically is what can control and harness more information, and that's what they use to this day in the memory boards and motherboards to hold information, because quartz crystal has always been a good storage of just frequency and vibration when it comes down to the science. And so information equals vibration and frequency according to actual science. And so when we think on that level, like Tesla told us to, like you're pretty much talking about just a little while ago, bro, Sanchez, it's like, hey, when we get here, that's why they want to shut us down. And if y'all notice, whenever we get to a certain level, like even in economics, they created a new type of money, didn't they? They created a fake world, a metaverse, a new type of money because we figured out the old world. And so every time this happens, it's like, I just want everybody to peep the pattern that's viewing the panel, peep the pattern of reality. Every time we catch up, they switch over. That's how you know we're on the right path.
That's why I was telling them about that Bitcoin, bro. Bit just reminded me like what's in the horse mouth, then coin that was leading over to this world right here. But I want to get back to this Space Force shit. So, bro, Sanchez, you saying the Space Force gonna be kind of like them computer police that was in that movie with Wesley Snipes was in?
That's the one I was talking about. I forgot the name of it, but
He's
yeah.
Demolition Man.
Demolition Man.
Yeah, Rocky.
Did y'all hear about the 20 and back program?
20 and back, nah.
The 20 and back program, you got this captain in the armed forces, and you got this guy, Corey Baker.
It's Cory Booker.
Not Booker. White guy. This is a white guy. Corey,
I don't know.
He's been in, what they're talking about is a regression that they picked up from the Pleiadians. They can regress you, take you at 17, put you in a space force, send you to Mars, let you fight. After 20 years, regress your body, bring you back at the age of 17. and you done spent 20 years of your life in the forest.
Now you know how you gonna get to Mars, right?
Well, they say they got two ways to get you to Mars right now. You can go into a building in San Francisco, go up to the top floor, get on the elevator, and you'll be in Mars.
He's not lying. He's not lying, man. I promise you, I've seen what he's talking about.
They saying this, man.
It's portals at these
And
spots.
but y'all gotta understand how they get money. Y'all gotta hold on one thing, bro. Here's how you get money off of it. When you hear these things we talking about, put your money on the rounds and then change the letters around in Mars. You're gonna win some money, but go ahead, you got it.
Hey, but what I was talking about is like, I brought up a dude, his name is Pat, called agents, all these so-called super soldiers, these warriors, they go missing. After a certain amount of time, they speak out. We see the documentaries, but then we think it's just something that's programmed into the program to program us, right? But sometimes we got to read in between the lines. If these people have been subjected to knowing that they need to live, die for country, and then all of a sudden they figure out that their country been playing them, listen to those people when they about to die. Like I watch those type of films and documentaries and research when
exactly.
Yeah, so this whole Space Force thing, man, that was a good question though, because that's exactly what right now it seems like what's their mission. It ain't into fruition yet. And if you look at the uniforms that they wear, it's just like the movie in Demolition Man that he's saying. And and look what the whole thing about the James Webb telescope. See, this gets deep because what they saying is that once we able to see these early stars, we will be able to tell you things about our universe that may change the way we live on Earth.
Right.
So once again, you got a reason now to change your terraform again. Cause why? Well, God said it. The start, we looked up there and see it's the same wise man trick, right? Because we connected to the heavens and know about the stars, we can tell you how to live on the earth. Religion, a theocracy. Because that's their main thing is to be able to say, because we saw them early stars, this is what we need to do now. And now here come the control. Yeah.
Hey, I got a question. I got a question. Let me
just say this real quick. Let me say this real quick. Let me say this. What's the name of the two telescopes that the Catholic Church has in Arizona?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know them. I ain't gonna lie.
Lucifer 1 and Lucifer 2.
Sure is.
Lucifer. Yeah, Lucifer.
Yeah. How did I fucking forget
Lucifer? Yeah.
Then they got this shit black and yellow like a damn beehive too, with the little specks too. I'm peeping the symbolism in this shit.
Man. Oh, that's gold, man. That's gold.
That's real gold. I appreciate this build. Yeah, I appreciate this build because NASA had in Louisiana, in the states where all the hurricanes and stuff start, that's what NASA's main headquarters is at, where they have everything that they build. NASA, first of all, was built to terraform and look up under the ocean. Then all of a sudden, like overnight, they decided to go into space because they saw something terrified them. But it's a fact that NASA has a base, the biggest base that they have. The HARP, one of the HARP stations is down there in Louisiana where all the hurricanes keep hitting like by happenstance, and then they travel up the so-called tornado alley. That's not by happenstance, that's on purpose. And we've been
look, I used to be deep into that telescope shit, right? I had my little calendar. You will find a certain area, right? And you gotta mark these areas by days. The sky move, it's insane, bro. Now look, on every certain day, you mark when you can actually see what you focused in on. You gotta set a telescope up for at least 9 to 12 months to get accurate readings on what's going on, just for the fact it's only like 15 click. Okay, what?
I'm
cool,
saying,
y'all got it.
I'm saying I see where you're going with this. Go ahead.
Right, it's cool. So you got to count the clear skies. This is why they blanking the skies out, because that stuff up there, man, we know we got a firmament, but what we looking at through these telescopes is moving objects. And that shit I can't explain, but y'all go ahead.
You know what's crazy with me about this Lucifer telescope is not only the name of it, but it actually do look like the face of some alien robot sort of Voltron god. And when I say we live in a theocracy, right? Think about this. They saying us humans ain't got eyes to see the edge of the universe. But this, just for a minute, use your imagination. Look at this like a human robot, a big ass giant. So we got a giant that can see to the far out to the universe because us little human eyes can't do it. And they're saying that they can tell us so much about the universe when really I just think this ain't nothing but a huge observatory. And the only thing we can see is the fit stars and wandering stars. We can't see nothing beyond that. You know what I'm saying? The only thing beyond this sky are other realms and ethers inside of ethers, which the Mayan charted on their calendar. They ain't gonna give us the truth, but yet they keep saying they are, and we're gonna chart the rest of the stars that's at the early parts of the universe. The Mayan already did it. Why would you try to read? See, that's what I'm telling you. So the Mayan didn't do this with big telescopes and all that. The Mayan did it with spiritual technology, and I think that's what. Now we can go deep with that technology to say how the ancestors knew they stuff, but I know they was dealing with out of body type knowledge, man. So the church is responsible for out of body knowledge, the knowledge that will get you traveling the heavens and being out of body. So the church changed the knowledge of how to get out the body into witchcraft, and the only way out the body is when you die, and that's heaven or hell. Now shut up and go to work, right? We were multidimensional, right? So they closed that door, and now the church is into the bed with NASA, right? And it make perfect sense because the study of the heavens got everything to do with astral projecting, your spirit going outside the body. And so the two are together with that, the church and the people who said we know the knowledge of the stars. Y'all see what I'm saying? Now, that's more support for the theocracy. This is just a big God, just like this one. All of these is just them erecting their God ball on earth. And when they see, let me show you something about these folks, man. Check me out, and I'm gonna pass the mic. These Pharisees will have these huge, ugly statues of their God ball. They didn't just have this fake knowledge of the heavens. So they had this scary statue that they would kill people in. People feared this. And
You're breaking up, bro.
What happened?
I was saying that your mic was breaking up. I ain't think nobody. Yeah, your mic was breaking up a little bit.
Yeah. So yeah, my bad. Here, so yeah, these folks would, these wise guys would say, we've been blessed by Baal. That's what made the statues seem real. When they said that the wise men back in the day had knowledge of the heavens because of their God, everybody ain't got favor of their God, but he found favor in a certain few. They were called the Pharisees, Sadducees, and they were the one proclaimed to know all the knowledge of creation, universe. These are astrophysicists today. They replace astro traveling teachers with astrophysicists, y'all. So the knowledge of how to astro travel and migrate the heavens, what the Mayan would have told you, is gone today. A nigga like Neil deGrasse Tyson will tell you, well, we navigate the heavens with advanced technology using jet propulsion, and we're able to see diamond planets and this and that and all that because when Cassini passed by, and everything that they say that give them the knowledge of space and the heavens are these symbols of their God. Like, look at this symbol on the screen, y'all. Let me show you something real quick. Let me cook for 1 minute. Just for 1 minute. Watch this. This is called a tetragrammaton of Yahweh. Now, if you take a look at this right here, it's a 6-pointed star with a black cube in the middle. Now, the star is light shining out of a box. I'm going to show you what we're looking at real quick. I'm finna break something down to y'all that's very important. We got a holiday called Xmas. Now here go the Dropbox logo. This the story of the cross and the Kabbalah cube. See the cube, when you unfold it, it's the cross, but I'm finna show you something. The star is the light shining out of the box. The box is the cube in the middle. Remember that the black hole gives birth to the light. So I'm finna show you something real quick. And then it ain't gonna take too much longer. Yeah, when you see this box open, all the light that's coming out, it's the light of creation. It said, so the box is representative of a black hole. All right, but when the black hole portal, when that portal is open, light come out like a child coming out of a black hole, the life coming out of a womb. So if you look at this open box, y'all, I'm finna blow you away. Just stay with me, and I promise you guys, because what I have to do, I gotta cook with this. I got to get some of this in, man, and lay it down. I might have to come cut this out and use it again. But check me out, because I'm finna go deep. So the open box that you see there with the light coming out of it, that whole shit that I just taught you, it became, if you look at that closely, what are you looking at? The goddess with her arms raised. And I'm going to show you that. I'm going to show you that in many cultures. This the knowledge of the cube, the Kaaba cube. The box that unlocks the gift of life. Let me show you this real quick, though. I got to go to my Dogon folder and my computer acting kind of slow, but here it is now. Shit. I got y'all waiting. My bad. Here we go. So right here, I'm going to just pull this up real quick. The whole concept of this deity, how it relates to the Kaaba cube, and the whole thing about why Allah was Allah and it was a black womb, a black hole. The secrets of all life is in the black hole, man. Studying the black hole. This deity is literally this same box, y'all. Like with all these images of the goddess with her arms raised, is literally this concept I'm giving you. And check how deep this is. That's the Dropbox logo. That's how you get the Christian cross. Like if you put, let me show you another one real quick. If you show matter of fact, I can pull it up this way. When you pull up Jesus on the cross with this fucking sky open above him, see, this whole symbolism right here with the light coming out of that like that, that's this Dropbox logo with the light coming out the box. Our universe is a holographic light-based creation that is launched from a box that was open. The box is the seed of creation where all compasses is pointing. So when you look at this image on the screen here, all of this, it's the same shit. Now, let me show you how deep this is, though. When you look at what they doing, the knowledge of how to open up the box and free the consciousness and become Christ-like or multi-dimensional is to become a God. I'm going to show you something. And yeah, I'm taking a little time, but I'm telling you, this is something I really got to show y'all. All of this knowledge is about us, y'all. It's the light body. Jesus said, I'm the way, the truth, the light. It's all about the fact that we are multidimensional beings. If you look at this 6-pointed star, it ain't a 6-pointed star. It's a tetragrammaton because it's a 6-pointed star is 2-dimensional. This is looking at the 6-pointed star, 3-dimensional or 5-dimensional. From this perspective, you'll see that the 6-pointed star points in all of the directions of the universe outward from a point of singularity, which is you in the middle. So you're a black hole, and the auric light surrounding you is the light coming out of the box. The science to support this is what I show you with the Pharisee and all that. So this became the knowledge of Christ and Yahweh. See this star right here? This whole thing is the knowledge of the heavens, y'all. And it shows us how to migrate the multi-dimensions from the inside out. Because to travel the heavens, we go within. That was what the Mayan was teaching. So the religion and the space program they on teams together to keep us locked out of the knowledge of the heavens. And astro travel is in the realm of astronauts, astrophysicists, where back in the day, traveling the stars would have been just learning to meditate, learning to go to these different alternate realities we ponder through within. So this was the real knowledge before it was turned into the tetragrammaton star of Yahweh. And see, when you look at this symbol, they using this same symbol today to justify the knowledge of the heavens. It's witchcraft, y'all. It's a sleight of hand trick. Without this symbol, nobody will believe them. People will say, how you know that? But nobody will say that now, because why? People believe in this technology. People looking at this thing and saying, yeah, that looks real cool. And they spent how much on it? You know, they love to tell you we spent motherfucking $580,000 million on this goofy looking shit just so the people can be like, ooh, you know they know what they talking about. You know what I'm saying? So now they got your belief. And that's what it is, a religion. And you believe their God was always technology. And it ain't changed. That's why I keep showing y'all this image today and this image in the past of the wise men proclaiming the same shit, deceiving the world with the same symbols and trickery. But I'm going to stop right there and let y'all go ahead.
Hey, man, I got to throw something in on your build, and it goes back to what Apostle was saying, all of that. That Jimmy Webb thing you just tossed up there, that actually looks like a hologram projector that they're gonna throw up in the air. It looks just like that box. So like when they throw all the foil out around that thing, it looks like that box, but it's a foil projector, right? And to me, that looks like a hologram projector. That's what that looks like to me. Something else that
bring back that star. Go ahead. I just wanted to bring back the star. Go ahead.
Something else that's I'm wigging out on is if you take that Sumerian wall, like you said, they hijacked everybody. If you take that Sumerian wall, it almost looked like they took a map of the Japanese model flat Earth and put it on the wall. And it has like the center of the Earth as the projector out. Like, you know how you say you got the center column, the mass beam going up. So if you imagine that and the Japanese map and the Earth being that center, the sun mass, right? You know what I mean? And you line your map up, right? All them planets, so to speak, line up with islands or other lands on that Japanese map. So that's just two things that I'm just wigging out on. I thought I'd share with you. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yo, Ali, and you notice how everything we're talking about links back to how we're projecting our reality onto ourselves?
Yeah.
Have y'all noticed that? Like, regardless of what we're talking about, it's all going back to tech is either projecting a reality onto ourselves, that obvious honeycomb web that we're looking at, the James Webb telescope. And I kept bringing up the Parker probe that touched the sun, and the James Webb is like, of course, look at what they're doing around us. And we, they're on a level of just going and getting it done. Then we're talking about it, right? And that's the first step. And then the next step is us doing it. That's why they have to change the economics. And that's why we're going through the whole so-called world pandemonium that we're going through. That's just the word I'm gonna use. But going back to what we're actually talking about, and that symbol right there, the Star of David, Solomon's seal. That seal is actually frequency manipulation seal. It's supposed to represent the unspoken word of the name of God. And I got it wrong last panel I was on here. I kept saying it was just the word. It's the name of God.
What they saying? Yeah, because the whole thing. Hold on. Let me. This will be quick, Apostle. The whole unspoken name of God is the fact that the true God ain't a deity that you can title a name to. the true is blasphemous actually to give the true God a name.
Exactly. Thank you.
So because the true God is within every single human. That's why I got this image of this knowledge can't be. In other words, a person can tell you about this all day, but until you realize how deep what you are is, and realization is what unlocked this knowledge. It got to become a reality on the inside. Yeah, I'm gonna let the apostle take it. My bad, apostle. Go ahead.
Yeah, go back to the picture. Go back to the star.
I got you.
I just want to show you. Yeah, that right here. What this is, this triangle pointing down and this triangle pointing up is two dollars. The dalet is the fourth letter of the alphabet, the Hebrew Abaya. The dalet represents the door or the passage, the pathway. This is also an image of what is called in Hebrewism, the pomegranate, But when I look at this and I see these dollars, because you without the dollar, there's no rite of passage. So that's how important that fourth alphabet is. But just let me share something else with you as far as his name is concerned. Because in Ezekiel 39, he said that he's tired of his people polluting his name, meaning pronouncing his name wrong, because we allowed other people, gods, to become our center of worship. El is a Canaanite god. Of course, we cried on El. Yahweh is a Canaanite god. Yes, we called on Yahweh, but we was not supposed to. We were deceived because we did not obey his law, and we mingled with the Canaanites, the Amorites, all of those ites, those 7 nations that bordered Israel. And we took upon their customs and we act in their manners, their mannerisms, and we broke our laws. So we violated our God. But when I look at that James Webb, they could have easily made it round. Why did they make it? Because really, they made it into this tetragrammaton, this same shape. If you look at that James Webb telescope, it's the same shape. And I'm wondering, it had to be done on purpose because they could have easily made it round. Like they made the Hubble.
What do you think, Apostle? Like, why do you think that? That's what I'm wondering. I like, that's my question. Like, why do we think that is? Because I have my so-called answers, right? But I want to know other people's opinion on why we keep using this 6-sided shape, the hexagon.
Right. Isn't that created by man? Like, how do we
No,
know
because it's three. Listen,
saying?
I'm about to tell you why. Because it's 3-dimensional. You're looking at it laid flat. But the thing that y'all missing is the octos. You're missing the octagon in the middle. That's the flat. That's the flat earth. The thing around it, is almost irrelevant in my mind. Y'all can make sense around the
kind of low, bro.
So Mike Low, Sanchez, peace to the panel. What's up, everybody?
Let me say, it ain't really, peace. It ain't really peace, brothers. Let me go on and answer them. It ain't really a 6-pointed star. That's why I keep showing you this. See
Right, bro. But
now,
isn't that shape? Hold on.
Now, if you want to know,
I gotta get this out.
Okay, well, I was okay.
Isn't this shape created by man though? Isn't like
no. I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying. Just fall back, y'all, a minute, and let me do what I'm doing. I'm gonna show you. Man corrupted a shape that nature created. This shape was the shape of God, and they said that this shape was the knowledge of the forbidden fruit, meaning this shape is connected with fruits, plants, the knowledge of the tree. Like the tree, let me show you some, for example. You look at that
Star
shape.
fruit.
Yeah, for example. So if you look at this shape right here, right, and you like, for example, if you cut an orange open, now at the core of this orange, you got some negative space. All of these little slices or triangles pointing toward the center. I want everybody to mute up for a second, because when I screen share and go deep, right, I want to get all this out, because I'm going to refer back to this to put on my main channel eventually, because this is some questions people wonder about these symbols. This is what I really get paid to do with the symbols. So let me go ahead, and if y'all don't mind, take about 2 minutes. Here go the AE map, flat earth. This map is based upon as above, so below, a fractal pattern within creation. That's why I'm showing you this map and the orange cut open. Now, all of these pie slices on this map are time zones. And same would be on this orange. Our earth is the same way on a spiritual level. The shape of our universe in its holographic state and it's all of its glory can be seen by cutting open fruit. Now check this out, because nature then changed the pattern. Now let me show you some. All of these slices are pointing toward the middle of the orange, where guess what? There is no orange. Ain't nowhere to go at that middle point. And that's what happens at the middle of our earth. Creation just breaks apart. Creation, it's now you're at the creator, because it's at this point what created the orange, the stem that grew it and all that. This is where our compasses is pointing at, y'all. So the whole symbol right here is coming from the forbidden fruit. If any fruit will show you this same knowledge, this whole concept of slicing open some fruit, the understand the sacred geometry of the universe, children knew this knowledge because of it. You see what I'm saying? So like, for example, if you take this orange and you pull up Yahweh's wheel, the wheel of, which was Ezekiel's wheel, my bad. If you look at Ezekiel's wheel, it's the same shit I'm telling you. Cut a fucking orange open and you will see how the fucking orange is growing three-dimensionally in, out, around, fulfilling all the space within its area, as Jason put it earlier. But check this out, y'all. Here's Christianity, religion right here, but here go nature. I'm gonna do it again. Here go Christianity, religion, but here go nature. Now, where did our ancestors learn the knowledge of the heavens from? Man, and everything around them, they was connected. They was looking at the same shit I'm on till now, why I'm able to pick this knowledge up. Simply cutting open an orange, looking at how the ants building, looking at, if you catch on to this, you'll see there's one fractal code on the earth and ain't no randomness here. Everything following this construct. But they don't want you to see that. They turning it into religion, space programming, and all this here bullshit right here, though. See what I'm saying? But I'll fall back, though. I could go deep with this, but this whole Ezekiel's wheel ain't nothing but the electromagnetic energy that creates the whole construct, y'all, from the point of singularity. And just like this orange, when you get to the middle point, you're going to reach the star of Polaris. This is the Polaris star. That's the star that's in polar opposition to physical creation. That's saying at this point, there is no physicality. Just like at this orange, right? At this point, there is no orange. So
absolutely, it's nothing. Yeah, when you look at it, it's literally nothing right there at the center of the orange. But
that's what the pineal gland would be too, that chamber we talk about. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, I'm gonna mute up.
So you don't subscribe to the Fibonacci sequence, bro, Sanchez?
That space exists.
This is the Fibonacci. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Just making sure. Just making sure, brother.
Oh no.
Man, hold on. Hold up real quick. Let me show you my beef with the Fibonacci sequence. And I swear to God, y'all, this is very motherfucking important. I wouldn't even hold you. Let me show you why my problem with the Fibonacci. Watch this. This ain't gonna take as long as that did. This will be quick, I swear. You know how I like to show y'all plagiarization? Watch this real quick. This is the Fibonacci sequence, right? As y'all call it, right? Now check this out, right? Here go the Dogon's universe that I'm about to show you. Look, plagiarization. Look.
Wow. Let's get it, Sanchez.
Absolutely.
That's my problem. They try to act like Fibonacci and them, all them discovered these secrets when the ancestors been unlocked all this. They ain't nothing new under the sun. Here go the Dogon version of what Fibonacci is saying he discovered, man. I told you plagiarization. Yeah, go ahead, y'all.
Absolutely. And before you jump in, because I already know what you about. Hey, before you jump in, like I just want to throw up this one thing. Y'all remember a long time ago, we 80s babies, right? When Bill Cosby was talking about how Picasso was a plagiarist of all the Benin statues and the artwork of Africa. And you'll put them like over a Scantron and you could put them right over top of each other like tracing paper. And literally Picasso was literally copying ancient African, like everything is us. Yeah. But I don't want to get that deep into the race, but it's like, yo, everything was before we were taught it was something new. That's pretty much what I want to say. And also that Fibonacci code, yeah, just in artwork, of course that's perfect because that's how a flower blooms from its center, like a sunflower. If you look at a sunflower, that's why they use a sunflower to explain this Fibonacci code a lot of times, because you can trace that pattern in it. But yeah, go ahead, Bob.
Hold on, me myself. This was so cold about the Fibonacci. And hold on, Da Vinci, Van Gogh, they all plagiarized their art. What's so cold about the Fibonacci is that this explains how all life come into creation, not just how flower blooms. Because think about it, every fetus that come into creation got to make this shape. You know what I'm saying? Every living fetus, whether it's a turtle, a goddamn human. You see what I'm saying? You can go look at all these fetuses on the microscope. Everybody start with that right there.
Yeah, that's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu position right there. That's the curl up position. Put your hands in, tuck your air. That's literally the shape right there. Everything, like that's the organic protection position. Yeah, exactly. Yep, look at it. Yep.
Yo, Mike low again, bro.
Low, bro.
Hey, you know what's crazy about this shape, yo? Because y'all cooking right now. And I don't know if anybody else can relate to this. I'm probably going to embarrass myself, but this some real shit I'm going to tell you, right? When I was little, I used to have lucid nightmares where I would be in a nightmare and know that I'm dreaming. And whenever I realized, yo, I'm dreaming this anyway, as a little boy, I knew how to wake up. And you know what I would do? I would ball up just like this. And no matter where I'm at in a dream world, if ever I wanted to get out of that dream world, once I know that I'm dreaming, no matter what I'm doing, where I'm at, I'll just ball up like this and I'll always wake back up in my bed.
That's the first time I put that together.
Hey, you know what's crazy about that? I give y'all one on that one because you just made me think about something. Like I used to like have a lucid nightmare too, and it was specific. Like y'all gonna laugh a little bit, but it was serious. At least to me, you know, when I was a kid, this shit was like I would always be in my house, and then like all of my family, I would realize that I'm dreaming, and I had this bad energy. Like, all right, this a nightmare feeling instead of a dream feeling, and then I try to go up to each one of my family members and ask them to wake me up or help me out, and then they all just say, "Sorry, Quinn," and then they just like disappear, and then I run. And then by the time I run and get up the stairs, a gorilla will come out of nowhere and tackle me and tickle me.
Hey, can I ask y'all something, bro?
No, hey, let me comment. I promise, yo, let me comment on that one real second. I promise you that's the same similar thing, but mine was because I'm an 80s baby. There was a movie with Michael Jackson.
Man, I was hoping somebody would speak on the Fibonacci sequence. Now we finna start transferring dreams.
No, lucid dream. Hey, but real quick, we gonna speak on that. But my dream was that it felt like it was in your core. like something was attacking your rib section, and that's when you woke up when it got to that level. Because I had the same experience when I was lucid dreaming when I was a kid. But yeah,
Well,
exactly
look,
what he's
no, no,
talking about.
well, look,
Literally.
I ain't trying to
They call
cancel
it.
out what y'all saying about, but when he was talking about the gorilla and stuff, I was
Yeah.
kind of
No.
thrown off. But I see what y'all saying.
They
Yeah,
call
not that connect.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was trying to just tie together this sacred geometry. Y'all I'm a weed
No, I get what you're
smoker,
saying. No,
right?
I get what you're
I
saying. I
get
get what you're
tunnel vision once I get these shares up and we get on like this shit here. So I was just showing like this Dogon symbol in relation to the Fibonacci sequence, and some guy said something about the baby and the fetus, and that's perfect to add with this sacred geometry that we see here, right? And what the baby naturally does. I
Yeah, I
think
see
this.
that. Yeah, yeah,
Yes,
absolutely.
cool. Yeah, let's stay on that because that's
Definitely.
we
Hold on, son.
yeah, because check this out, right? This is also serves another purpose. Just think of somebody on the ground and they getting jumped from all directions. They do this too. On the ground, they'll ball up, protecting your vital organs and all that shit too. The question would be why nature naturally packages you like that. Case just say somebody hitting the mama in the stomach and all that. Well, that'll be your kneecaps they hitting. It'll kind of protect you in a way
Exactly,
too.
bro.
So
Like I already knows like exactly what position to put yourself in before you got into this round. Like that's I brung that up, like the fetal position, like Brazilian jiu-jitsu, any type of fetal position where you ball up, like that's just fighting in general. You ball up just like that in real life. Professional fighters can go into that position instantly, like Mike Tyson. He threw out of the fetal position. That's how he was knocking people out because he was real short in stature and he threw everything out of the horse throw stance where he could bounce out of his hamstrings real quick with a hook or uppercut. And literally, that's how he knocked people out. But that's the organic, natural position of protection. But that's a programming, though, too. And when we get down deep to that level, I'm just going to shut it off and y'all go ahead, Bill, because I've been talking a lot. But yeah, y'all go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just say, now that Sanchez mentioned it and y'all niggas say it, whenever the gorilla did catch me, I would end up in that position, damn near. And that's when I wake
Well,
up.
think about what Sanchez was saying on the bill yesterday about in a program simulation, there's no randomization. The same way, like when you pour sugar down, he said create the pyramid. All animals that come into creation, even if you just type in all animal fetuses, everything that come into creation got to form this shape, which is go back into magnetism. You see what I'm saying? Because this is vortex energy. So just like when you said that 6-pointed star is a 7-pointed star, when you look at that swirl, that vortex, this is the living manifestation of the vortex. A single point spiraling into creation. You know what I'm saying? It's like reverse time travel. Like instead of the vortex sucking in, it's that singular. Like if it gotta go in, like if you going through the drain like this, you coming out the drain the other way, just like that, spiraling out. You know what I'm saying? It's the same concept.
Absolutely. And that's why I wanted to apologize to Jason because I called it a hexagram. I called it a hexagon, and it's not 6 angles. He drew out 7 arrows. And I counted them out over and over again. He kept drawing 7. And like bro and you just pointed out, it is. But yeah, I just wanted to point it out. Yep.
So yeah, this knowledge is all around us, man. This knowledge of the wheel of creation. You know, the sun and moon are following this same Fibonacci spiral in the sky, up and down. You're giving us the season. See what I'm saying? So,
absolutely. And they also call it a sequence, though. Bro Sanchez, they call it a Fibonacci sequence. It's like the seasons, the sequence, the process. And that's why I put into the chat, metabolism is one of the things that science can't figure out. Like they know that matter. I put in the actual term for how matter has no beginning or end is just a transformation of energy. It just transforms itself into something else. That's forever and everlasting. That's why the infinite is in us. It's the finite and it's the infinite, which is the grand. It's a macro and micro in the same thing, all in whole. Like every time you put that image up, that beautiful Star of David, that's the 3D image. If you go back 2 images, that's just a beautiful image with the person standing between that rainbow image of the seal
Hey,
of Solomon. But yeah,
Yeah,
y'all go
so
ahead.
hey, you know what it also represents too? Like one thing that I could see from that, like even thinking about like the cross, for example, even that symbol in itself, like just how Sanchez had just brought up the sun and moon trajectory and how it go up and down, and it's really the horizontal aspect of the cross because those two are across from one another. It's like the sun and moon go up and down like the oceans go in and out. So I guess the sun and moon will kind of be like the up and down on the cross since it take that circuit that it take, and then the pushing out and in of the oceans and shit like that from the center of the earth, or you know what I'm saying, the North Pole, that kind of makes that cross symbol to a degree.
Hey, so and if you look at this right here, this is to show you like the whole macabre, the light body information and shit. Like all of our auras is a tetrahedron, but depending on which
Absolutely, it
fucking
was a little
but
choppy.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So depending on what I'm gonna say is depending everybody light body is a tetrahedron, but depending on where the energy is most situated, up or down, determine your sexual orientation. So, for example, right when you look at this star, if you're a woman, the energy is flowing more upward, upward, but and that's called implosion. So, if you look between a woman's leg, the energy that folds her skin together, we dealing with sacred geometry, calligraphy, folding, all this. All of her energy flows inward toward the vagina area. Her energy that creates her sexual vortex. We dealing with this tetrahedron. It flows inward. It implodes into her. She's a receiver. And whereas man energy is orientated to more flow down and out. Man is a brainy creature, a heady creature, down and out energy. So like you look at your sexual vortex between your legs, see how the skin now explodes outward, and you want to give when it comes to sexual orientation. It's the knowledge of the energy that determines your sex right here. And this is why they said men are from Mars, women from Venus. It's just the polarizing aspects of the tetrahedron. But another way to look at this too, that's what the sun and moon is. But when you look at this whole symbol of you inside of the tetrahedron, that is the space force symbol that I was trying to get back to here with the space force, because this whole X right here that's covering the world is their way of saying of wrapping the world up into a fucking whole basically like how your tetrahedron wrapping you up into a auric of energy. They creating a whole Skynet system in unison with Space Force and all that to cover the whole earth. Sort of, this is, in my opinion,
Absolutely.
I think it's spiritual technology to trap people here. And it's crazy because the symbol is, it goes back to their 6-pointed star and all that. We can get into that, but yeah, go ahead.
That's exactly what I want to get into. Is the fact that I remember when Trump signed up for the Space Force and everybody thought he was an idiot. He thought he was stupid. And I was like, nah, he's trying to get ahead of the curve. That's all. That's all Trump wants to do is get ahead of the curve and stay ahead of everybody else that's trying to fight with him. He wants to be already at the finish line with the melon in his hand and waiting for everybody else to get there. But that's a certain type of mindset. It's not this Trump, because they all part of D's and R's same alphabet. But when we look at it, absolutely, that makes sense that that's where they're gonna want to go, because that's where we were talking about decades ago. That it's not about here; it's about the after, and it's about the transcendence. It's about going up. It's about the frequency manipulations that we're all trying to tap into, and then they see what we're trying to do, and then they'll build a whole economy around it. And so I just want everybody to see that it's a pattern. Whenever we wake up, they try to step in front of us and get a few steps ahead, but they're playing catch up right now. They're playing catch up, just like man, what was that movie? That Quentin Tarantino movie. It was like, why did the tomato cross the
Yeah,
road?
we know the one you
But I don't
talking
remember. But
about.
yeah, you
Yeah,
know,
that
but
one.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
that
yeah,
one.
yeah, y'all go ahead. Yeah, but yeah, y'all go ahead. But hey,
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 but
all we're doing is playing catch up. Yeah,
that's
go ahead, bro.
all they doing. We got the
Yep.
mustard for them. Hey, check it out though. I'm gonna share some crazy shit with y'all. What I'm pulling up real here. I hope I can find this. This is crazy because, like I said, right when I was in the Air Force, I wore this beret right here, and I never paid attention to why we had this symbol. Now, defensive forces mean defenders of the force. So when I was in the Air Force, I wore this symbol. No one never explained to me though why we wore that symbol. And now I figured it out. That's the white dove landing on the cross, y'all. Here it is in Aleister Crowley. Now let me show you something. I was in the Air Force, man, and I saw this all the time in the Air Force. The eagle on top of the cross with you could say this is a six-pointed star, if you will. This is the North Pole hyperboloid, the ether. We know the hourglass, right? But now check this out. When you look at this image and you look at this image, I'm telling everybody right now, you in one big fraternity on earth is what I've been trying to tell them. The whole initiative of every department on earth and every corporation is to what that 2045 initiative say, to get the human mind out of their body and into these holographic avatars. And everybody on the same page playing whatever role they got to play, whether major or minuscule, to make that happen. And if you look around you, they all got the same symbols of the occultists. Now, let me show you why that's so. Because guess what Aleister Crowley and all of these occultists wanted to do? They wanted to harness the souls of their followings, like Travis Scott and all them. They wanted to build an eternal bond with their following, like Jim Jones wanted to do. So he wanted to say, drink this, let's commit suicide, and now all of y'all soul can be with me in some spiritual place I prepared with some whatever. But that's what they telling us today. They saying, look, in 2050, you don't gotta die. You can cheat death. You can come with us into the metaverse. And guess what I'm gonna tell y'all right now? At this point, I now realize the people in power ain't human. There's no way you can be human and want to destroy flesh and bone, sex, procreation. I've come to the grasp, whatever these folks are, they some kind of, whatever the technology they using to harness our souls is common in whatever dimension they're from, is what I've come to the conclusion. And that it may be new to us, but it's old shit to them. It's ghost busting tools. You know how they would open up the little box and suck the ghost inside of it. This what they doing. Remember I showed you the open box earlier? They opening up that box with the CERN portal. And when they get it open, it's going to be possible for the human soul to go into this other metaverse, this reality they building. And people ain't realizing that the agenda on earth ain't federal. It ain't scientific. It's religious. It's occult. It's almost like they fulfilling the wishes of Anton LaVey around this bitch. Like you ridicule Jim Jones for doing the same shit Tesla about to do in 2050. Think about what I'm telling you. These folks who they said was Satanists and all that was literally trying to transport their people's consciousness to out of this world so they can cheat death and be immortals in this sort of alternate universe. You research most of these occultists, that's the end goal of all the shit for real, immortality. And
Yes, sir.
look at what these folks are doing, and they got the same symbol of the people they fucking black ridicule. Look at it. See,
Hey,
you see, it's just crazy because you pull up the Mayan flat Earth right now and the sacred bird real quick. and you pull up that Air Force symbol, and you will see, you know, this shit been in front of our face the whole time. Let me pull this up real quick. Look at here. The dove landing on the cross. They telling it to us, the sacred bird on top of that cross. And you look at that Air Force symbol is right in your face. The same logo Tesla used. Tesla got the same, like, y'all, is one agenda, and that agenda is so evil. Humanity ain't got a lot of time to say they self. I say they self, I'm literally meaning they soul.
What y'all know about the reptilians, man?
These are who these people are.
Yeah.
They're
So
who
do
we
you think they
refer
have
to.
Archons.
Do you think they have already conquered the other realms?
Can I say something real quick before y'all get too deep into that? Do y'all know who Adam Sandler and Chris Rock is, right? There's a movie where both of there's a movie where in it, right? It's about the day of, and the black family's getting married into the white family, right? And y'all guess the white family who's the black family, right? But on the black family side, there's a grandmother who's light-skinned. And this is years ago when the movie came out, the day of, right? So this movie's been out for a while. I told my friends, like, yo, did y'all watch that movie? Y'all see that black grandmama when they was eating the noodles at the table, and she looked over and her eyes was straight up reptilian? And they was like, one of my friends was like, nah. Then I sent it to my brother and my other homie.
We ain't talking about that kind of reptilian.
I know. Hey, I promise you, I'm about to be down in like 2 seconds.
No, you good.
But look, they was like, yo, what is that? Two of my friends out of the three was like, yo, what is that? I was like, exactly. Now, today, if you go watch that movie on Netflix, which is still on, they made like a few, like 5 or 6 other of the black family members' eyes green, but they don't look like reptilian eyes. They just like green, like, ooh, green contact. And it's like, okay, that's cute. And I'm starting to wonder, how deep are they listening to everything we're talking about? Because I mentioned it a year later, they made more. That movie didn't look that way. Because I watch movies. I'm a visual. I watch movies. I watch special effects. I studied the engineering. I studied George Lucas and fractal technology.
Yeah, but see what I'm saying is them brothers was about to go real deep, and the movie man keep cutting in, and you finna change the narrative to us discussing about these folks and what they know about the movies and stuff. I ain't trying to be disrespectful.
Yeah, have y'all seen one?
Yeah, but see,
have y'all seen one?
Yeah, but you see, when folks come to me and ask about reptilians, you know, I can go deep into archons and interdimensional beings, and I ain't gonna. I know some folks, right? They gonna say, yeah, man, I seen reptilians. Like, if you cut the news on and look at their eyes, it'll blink, and they show you in these movies like the reptilian. I swear, I'm so not talking about that kind of reptilian community. Like, I'm so I ain't even trying to be.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question, bro, Sanchez, real quick. All right, now when we mention reptilians and the peoples and the generations and the genetic manipulation, the species of things that are here, right? Do you believe in that, or you just believe that
I don't think you could.
black people are black and white people are white? And
bro, this whole thing that you bringing up in the movies is the shallow form of reptilian talk they want us to be on. I'm on a deep level with this shape shifting shit. I'm talking about we in a holographic universe, and what they talking about they can do in 2050. Hold up, let me answer him, Bobby, real quick, and you can go out to me. What they talking about, what they trying to do in 2045, your consciousness can be in a holographic body. You won't be able to know the difference between a hologram and the real world if all of y'all in a holographic reality, because y'all tuned to that same light frequency. Now, what I'm saying is, I believe this technology right here, because when they launch it, you don't gotta look like yourself if you don't want to. You can tell them, look, man, I want to be Barney the dinosaur shit. You know, let me be Wolverine avatar. The consciousness can be whatever they edit your avatar, whatever you want it to be. But how would reality be? Yeah, so to me, in 2045, with this technology, guess what people gonna be saying about us? The same thing we say about shapeshifters. Hey man, I wonder, is it really him? Is that Trump? You know, they can change into other things. So if there's
That's why I wanted to ask that question too.
So if there's shapeshifters among us, which we've been suspecting there was, we can now prove that there is, because they're now giving us the technology that they've been using.
A reason why we call them shapeshifters. Okay, I get what we're saying. Okay,
that's why we call them shapeshifters right there.
I just wanted to know the level of what everybody's talking about when we talk, because everybody's opinion about what a reptilian is might not go that deep. That what we're projecting into our reality with the holographic universe is that, because some people's goes back to the so-called, what people have been looking up in research, like the ancient ancestors about the underground people, the ancestors, the reptilians.
Hold up a second. The ancestors never talked about no underground reptilians. Now you giving Phil Schneider's Schneider story.
All right. Here's what I'm gonna say. There's pictures of these ant beings.
Showing. Pull it up, right? I bet you can't find it.
I can pull them up in America.
Look, I'll apologize right now. I'm that confident that you can't find nothing ancient talking about underground mutating human, none of that. I promise
underground beings. I probably all right, okay. All right, let me do it.
I'm gonna give you the challenge now.
Let me do it
do it. I'll even pull it up for you and help you with the task.
All right, hold on.
So now you got two computers working on your side.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, we got plenty of devices working. Yeah, and I got two phones.
Look, man, listen, let me tell you something real quick. Listen, bro, listen. All the stuff you talking about, the ancients said about reptilians, is showing you right here on my screen who seeded all that. David Icke, Phil Schneider, Alex Bierlich, Nancy Leader. These folks said they made contact with these beings too, man.
And I don't really believe them. I know what you're talking about. I don't really believe them. But what I'm really talking about is, like, what do we really know about our extreme ancestry that we think goes back 1,000,000 years? Because if we're really talking about, how far do we really think we went back?
But
is it 100,000, 10,000?
What's going on now, man, is we talking about reptilians, and I don't think that the question of how far back what you asking is relevant to the reptilian thing. We just letting you know because what happens is we stand on track. The topic is about reptilians and shapeshifting. That's what it's about. You're finna change the narrative, and the reason you're doing that, the purpose of what was going on was for us to explain to you the difference between what we calling reptilians. You gave us yours. It's rooted in the normal things like this right here, Hollywood movies.
And then I went off.
And what I was saying was, I'm going to explain to you what the ancients really meant by this reptilian concept or this shapeshifter. It's us for real. Like when you going into, now I can go deep into that, but I ain't gonna hog the mic. I'm just saying there's two different understandings of archons. The one they want you to have with this shit on the screen, and the one that's really dealing with the holographic universe and shapeshifting.
I feel and that's what I was trying to go into, is how our actual imagination can predict what type of physical form we go into. But I don't want to get too deep into that in the thought matrix that I was bringing up earlier. I was trying to get around to the whole reptilian and but yeah, y'all go ahead, people. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and meet up. Shout out to the panel.
I was just gonna say this, bro. Like, as far as the shapeshifting with the reptilians go, would you say it's really just like people from another dimension, or maybe a realm more realer than this one, since this is a holographic simulation that basically understand the technology of the shit to the point where they know how to manipulate the physicality of the avatars in this holographic simulation because they built the technology in the first place, and they just coming back harvesting souls from it.
Hold on, can I say one thing?
Yeah.
Archon energy, right? Think about, all right, so we are light projection, right? So the archon energy would be like a specific light code frequency moving independently from the whole. So if we're a combination of the whole, right? Think of your TV. Your TV is like red, yellow, green, blue. All these colors, all these different separate colors in their own aspect make the whole picture. You dig what I'm saying? Each energy in itself is governing itself. If you was to be able to adjust the settings and just see the blue frequency across all your pictures, that's a whole different, that's different from the whole. You see what I'm saying? That's a whole different, you see what I'm saying? But it's still the picture, but it's different from the whole. It look a totally different way, it operate a totally different way, but it's still a part of the whole. If y'all get what I mean.
Yeah, you know, and look, let me just say this because I get you, Bobby, that's real shit. I'm really want to talk about the reptilian thing, though. Me personally, we can bounce around, though, that's cool. Now, with this reptilian talk, this is advanced knowledge that got turned to spookism. So I'm gonna explain something real quick that my research led me to interpret it. People will show you pictures like this, and they'll say the elites, man, the higher ups, you know, this is what they really look like. And the higher ups or the elites is the new code word for the higher self. And what I mean is that the higher self do look like this. I'm gonna show you what I mean. Take a look at this image. Now look at this one. Now hear me out. Let's say I'm looking at you through your electromagnetic aura. The print that's on a snake and a reptile is literally the print of the firmament, the grid of the net that we casting around us, like this image show. Now, if the human that I'm looking at on this image, because he got all of this pattern over him, we're teaching you the knowledge of the higher self or the elites, the reptilian knowledge, right? But it's just the Satan knowledge, the Luciferian knowledge, the knowledge of the light body. They're always trying to spookify it. Y'all don't get what I'm saying? So the people that we saying shape-shifting archons, time traveling, space travelers, universal travelers, traveling these dimensions and they macabre, that's who we are too. That's who, this is really your light body. So the pattern that's casted over your body in reality, when you count the aura, it makes you look like a reptilian. It's like me looking at you through a fence.
That's so trippy,
That's
bro. I've
basically what I
never
was
seen it
trying to
that way
say.
before in my life. Hey, but
You broke that down different, bro. That was nice.
Hey, man, I'm
Well,
a visual
look,
artist. I've
but think about it.
never seen that
Everything
before
they
in my
say,
life. Bro Sanchez.
yeah, everything they say about the reptilians is really the fucking true about the electromagnetic macabre too. It's a time traveler. It can shape shift. It can be where they want to be. It can do all this elite stuff that we say they can do. And we got the same power is what I'm saying. They just, when it's time to teach it to the slaves, it stopped turning into what I'm showing here, and it go to this right here now. And then you end up on them channels that say never unlock the third eye because it's dangerous. And y'all don't see what they doing. And the same channels that'll say that will say, yeah, the reptilians doing it, you know. It's your own ignorance and fear that they using to make you get this whole.
I was about to say it's the fear. Yep, it's the fear.
Let
and
me
that's
share something with you.
Yeah, you go.
Let me share something with you. There's some things going on out there in Hollywood. I believe when that little dude, the comedian, little Mike, what's his name?
Kevin. What's his name?
Not Kevin.
Kevin Hart.
Mike Williams. What's the dog? The other dude.
No.
Mike
Cat Williams, nigga. Y'all know y'all talking about.
Yeah. I believe Cat Williams, when he said he was invited to a party and he saw some things he wasn't supposed to see. He went and opened up some doors that he wasn't supposed to open up. I believe he was telling some truth. I believe the comedian that went to Africa came back and now got a brand new body.
I know what he's talking about. he talking about the dude. He was like, "Oh, is that Professor Ogleby?" When Cat Williams was talking about
Cat Williams was talking about homosexuality.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what
talking
he's talking
about
about. He's talking
reptilian.
about all the different. Yeah, he's talking about all the different things that goes in Hollywood. Yeah.
Yeah, we
Now I'm
talking
about the guy that used to be real skinny was in the Eddie Murphy movie.
Dave Chappelle.
Dave Chappelle. Now he got that swole up body.
That happens, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I ain't really heard him speak on reptilians yet, though. I'm waiting on that one.
Hey, but listen,
But
I'm finna tell you.
You got to get to that Illuminati.
Yeah, let me say one thing.
No, here goes some Illuminati shit for you.
This will be real quick. So one more thing about the whole reptilian. Yeah, y'all, I'm on the reptilian shit. My bad. One more thing about the reptilian shit. Not only is it's corrupting this pattern that's made when we teach this knowledge on the body, but the reptile eye, right? It's corrupting the knowledge of the Taurus field right here. Look at it. Here go the Taurus field. Here go the reptile eye. I'm showing you how they corrupt the truth with spookism. But yeah, go ahead.
Hey, touching on the whole reptilian hologram shit, right? You know what I mean? This might be a little bit off the subject, or we could tie it in. They've been telling us Tupac been alive for all these years. They've been screaming Tupac alive, and now he performing at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'ma still keep screening reptilian.
Think about what I'm not, but no, listen to what I'm saying.
No, I heard you. You ain't got to
the holograms. You know what I'm saying? They done shape shifted this man into a hologram.
Right.
You know,
I agree with you.
I'm with you 100%. I'm with you, but see,
they did that before.
I'm with you 100%. Look, only thing I was talking about, for example, the knowledge of the original light body, which is our macabre. They reverse engineering what our souls are into what you just said, Pop Smokes, and now they can make light bodies now. Don't you know that the secrets of, let me show y'all something, because y'all ain't really seeing that when I'm talking to y'all, I'm with y'all on what you trying to talk about. I'm just already ahead of you with where you need to be talking about as far as the technology go. All right, we see what they doing with the rappers, but what I'm hitting it from a point. Well, look, do you know the technology, how it works, how they able to project that light? Because that ain't as easy as it look. It's easy to talk about this. It's harder for me to go in with this symbolism and show the science and the occult side of it. Because look, for you to be able to shape light into Pop Smoke and make it move and animate it, you're now unlocked the God knowledge now on earth. The fact that this is only happening now during this time where we're able to transport consciousness and all that should show y'all something, y'all. The knowledge of how to make a hologram is the most advanced science in the universe. That's literally a synthetic soul. It's a light body. Right here, what I'm showing you, it's electromagnetic energy field being casted. If I told you to take this light and turn it into Sanchez and make it dance and perform, you wouldn't know where to start. We've entered a whole nother reality of technology, is what I'm showing you. When they say in the end of days, you will have a body that's white like snow and it'll be immortal and it can't get sick and all that. Everybody gonna be like Pop Smoke in the near future with the holographic bodies. So what I was explaining to you, if you look at what's going on, right? The whole thing about how to do this is all studying the tetrahedron. This became the Star of David. You know what I'm saying? Only thing I was telling y'all, the reason we don't study this shit, because we too busy talking about spookism, reptilians from a shallow perspective versus how they're talking about it with the electromagnetic energy field. See, we into the whole, wow factor of it. You saw, that's what I'm saying. Like a person would say, I hear you, bro, Sanchez, but the channel that's showing you the news anchor that's blinked her eye a certain way and a fucking movie with the dude who was them gonna get way more views than the one that's actually breaking down what's being hidden behind all that little kind of talk like that. But yeah, go ahead.
Hey, yo, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, well, I'm about to get ready to close out with y'all with these last ones. Y'all go ahead though. Salutes to the panel. This was fire, man.
Sanchez, check me out. Check me out. Listen to me real quick. Where are you from, bro?
I'm from Bama, and salutes to all of y'all, man. I'm from Bama, though. Go ahead, go ahead.
Salute to you too. Yo, I remember earlier y'all was talking about like drugs and shit. Like, man, somebody got some China or some shit around here, and a motherfucker died with that shit. That whoever the fuck, that they gonna blow up on that shit. They gonna be selling that shit heavy, and all that shit that like when you talk about dimensions and shit like that, I believe that 2 minutes ago when you was just talking, bro, and I was listening to you, I believe that exists right now. I believe 2 minutes and the future exists. I believe that time lays over itself, and I believe that there's possibly a way to get to that shit through some shit. I don't fucking know. I believe that this motherfucking universe is fucking weird as fuck.
Yes, it is.
The flat earth shit, I can't even deny it. It might be real. I done been on airplanes and all that shit. So I see the shit. But nah, I just want to say that shit, my nigga.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll tell you what. Dick Cheney is a living example of a lot of things going on that we don't know nothing about. That nigga should have died 20 years ago. The fact that he's still alive, let me know something going on. So,
yeah, well,
but
I'll say
my
this.
Sabbath starts in the morning, so it's my preparation. I'm gonna go ahead and get me some sleep.
Yeah, I appreciate all of y'all, man. This has been a fire build.
Good show tonight, man.
Hey, it wouldn't be fire without y'all, man. Real talk. I appreciate it. Y'all. Hey,
I enjoyed myself.
I wish I could stream. Sanchez. Yeah, much love.
Even
man.
as a Hebrew.
Most definitely salutes. Hey,
appreciate y'all, G.
Hey, can I leave you with something, Sanchez? One thought before we get up out of here. Remember, you said the thing about blue being like the primary color, like the base frequency code for our dimension, right? Think about think about this. Every child, you know what I'm saying, if they born with the Down syndrome, I don't know if I said that before, they all come out with the Asiatic look.
Well, you done?
No, my thing is, if blue, like how blue is so rare, you know what I'm saying, and blue is like the base for the sky and the water, but you can't get the blue. If like something go wrong, you know what I'm saying, and they say this is the Down syndrome, where the child is black, white, Italian, or whatever, it all revert back to like that default setting, which is the Asiatic, you know what I'm saying, the slanted eyes like that. You know what I'm saying? Like that base default look, you know what I'm saying? For some reason, you know what I mean? Like that's like it don't randomize. Like how you said before, if it's set to, you know what I mean? I don't like how you were saying with the blue.
I'm trying to connect you, but we can. Anybody else before we go on?
Like the Sand people from Africa. I kind of see what you're saying. The Sand people from Africa are the oldest people that they so-called can find, and they all got the Asiatic look. Even though they black people, they, you know, so-called black people, African people, they got those slanted eyes that what you would call just a traditional Asiatic look. Like if I'm looking at me myself, you know what I'm saying, I kind of say, he got like an Asiatic look about the eyes. You know, I mean, like this real
black. You almost said I had that.
Well, no,
Asiatic look.
What threw me off was when he was saying about the color blue. I thought he was finna go something else with like light or color or some shit, and then he So my bad, Bobby. My mind.
No,
He was making a
I was saying
correlation to the
what I
basic
was saying
form
about blue. Yeah, what we were
in the
saying
base
about
form.
blue on an earlier build, like about a week ago, about how it's the foundation. You know, like how blue. You can't get to the blue in the sky, but if you pick up water, your water ain't gonna be blue. You know what I'm saying? So blue is like a default. You know what I'm saying? Blue just
It's like
hey,
clear.
Bobby.
Yeah.
Hey, Bobby,
right.
my little cousin. My little cousin got Down syndrome.
Right.
He's been on Steve Harvey's show 4 times.
Right.
21 years old. Then went to Europe to study to be a chef. His Down syndrome, he refused to allow it to stop him.
Let me explain something to you. Down
He's
syndrome.
a very beautiful guy, man.
Listen.
Like I say, been on Steve Harvey's 4 times right now.
Thank you.
Got all kind of scholarships.
That's my thing, though.
Hey, I gotta get up out of here, but let me build to that real quick, right? Down syndrome is a derogatory term used to describe a person's look. So if you, so it's the same
Sorry
thing.
about that. I didn't
hold
know.
on,
That's
hold. There ain't nothing to apologize about. Just let me finish this. Check it out. It's like using the word albino. You're saying because you look this way, modern science calls your appearance a disease. It ain't that you coughing around this bitch or bleed. Hey, albino can outlive you. It's just that you look like that, so you don't look like the rest of us. You must be sick. Something wrong with you. But like you said, a person with Down syndrome has certain features that would make them be called that. Like you said, your cousin can function, all this stuff. So that's what I'm saying. The reason it's like that is because albinos, people with so-called Down syndrome, vitiligo, they pose a lot of questions to science that debunk evolution. So for them to not have to debate those questions, they just say, oh, you know what? That's a disease. Because you would have to say, well, if all the races come from a common ancestor in Africa, which was Australopithecus, and this explained all the diversity between Asians, different races, and etc., then what about albino people? Because right there, you got a whole group of people that's white, but they're all the races. So evolution can't explain albinism. Evolution can't explain vitiligo. Evolution can't explain why there's a whole worldwide group of people with their own features, even though they land masses away. Evolution don't account for that. So when they can't account for it, they say, oh, it's just a disease. That's when they messed up. I messed up a minute. See, that's just a disease. I got the power to say the way you look is a disease. They was doing that to early slaves. Come on, man, that your appearance is a health defect, Negro. You know what I'm saying? Like, we ought to know that better than anybody.
It's DNA. That's all it is DNA. If we're looking at science, it's DNA.
Look, let me show you something. If you born and you're a short person, they say, oh, you sick, you got a disease called dwarfism. No, nature create midget people, dummy. See, when what diversity can't explain dwarfism, because it don't say nowhere in diversity where we evolve to make midgets. So like I said, when they can't explain it, oh, that's just a disease. Oh, well, nature messed up there. That's a disease. You see what I'm? These folks have a biased science.
Sanchez,
that was my
why
point.
you talking about Sonetta like that, man?
Hey, that's just like if you born and you big as hell. That's gigantism. Man, nature just make big motherfuckers too.
And that was my point, Sanchez, because I got people in my family with so-called Down syndrome. You know what I'm saying? And they regular. It's just that's their feature. But like you were saying, how can people all spread across the world? You could be from Siberia, but all y'all have this common, you know what I'm saying, unison look. You know what I mean?
Bobby. Yeah, because me too. I have people like we all do. We have people in our family that are so-called that, right? Whatever the proper term is, and they all have that same feature, that look, regardless of the skin tone, the hue, or whatever. And I understand what he's trying to figure out, like, why is that genetically speaking? Because scientists don't talk about that.
That's what I'm telling you. You know why? Because they changed the conversation from diversity to evolution. For example, and I'm gonna leave with this one. Evolution is all these different color cows come from the black cow. So the white one, brown cow, and the little goldy brown one looking yellowish, that come from this black one. The problem is all around the world, you got these cows that's brown and white. They got patches on them. They both of them. So now that'll be your vitiligo humans, because evolution didn't explain when this one evolved to have them both. That's like saying a black white man, because he a black dude but he albino. He whiter than the white dude, but he black. So our language is stupid to say, look at that black white man. It's because they created a dumb language of bias to explain people by their appearance and try to equate it to.
Absolutely, they did. Our language is our language in general. How we humans comprehend our reality is dumb. We created a language and the category system to put each other in boxes, and that's how we comprehend our reality. And that ain't nowhere near how we were supposed to. And that's what, but shout out to the panel. I know everybody got to get to go. That's the last thing I'm gonna say.
Hey, I'm gonna say this, man. I can't wait to do this again with y'all. It's always deep. We always diving deep. I just want to salutes to y'all, man.
Shalom.
Appreciate you, bro. Definitely. Y'all definitely.
I'm gonna make some music.
Thank you, brother.
Hey, yo, great stream, bro. Appreciate you for having me, bro. Much love.
Yep, for saving the night. I want.
Just showing some love. Hey, to the people who was trying to join and couldn't, y'all already see we got a lot of folks on, and we all be going deep. So just try to join it next time, man. I hope everybody enjoyed their stuff like I did. I'm gonna salute y'all one more again. Be safe and much respect and always. I gotta go. I know my folks wait. Let me go and shut this. I appreciate the donations, y'all. Real talk. Rotnett, Alvin, and Nat on Cole. Salutes to y'all. Nathaniel Hills, Jeremy Brown, Dunn Treese. Appreciate the donations, y'all. Real talk. Hey, let me give a salutes to my Patreons as well.